Mic check. Oh, there we go. We're good now, Jen. I know. Here we are for the first time today. This is the very beginning. Jen, I got a little feedback from you. This is the first time you're seeing me this morning. Nothing weird happened at all this morning. Everything's fine. It was on you. I don't know what happened. For some reason, my mic wasn't loading in through Streamlabs, so I could hear Jen. We mic tested before and it didn't work, but just dumb. Just dumb. We like the lighting today. All right. There's basically no lighting today. This is mostly natural light. So that's what did I do? I don't know what you're talking about. All right. Good morning, Jen. How are you? Did you enjoy movie night last night? Oh, they're saying that they don't hear you. That's not great. Let's see this. That means that the audio here is going to be. Let's try now.
Can you hear me now?
You guys hear? Say it one more time, Jen.
You guys hear me now?
There we go. I think we fixed it. It's movie night. Movie night screws it all up.
So what did you figure out with movie night?
Nothing.
What
I didn't figure out a single fucking thing. I just turned it on and it worked. And it never works. And it just worked last night. I didn't change anything. I know. Listen, I know.
We'll just go with that. All right.
I did reset my computer earlier in the day, and I updated the phone on the software on my phone, but I wasn't using my phone last night, so that shouldn't have anything to do with it. But yeah, there we go.
All right. Well, now everything's running so far. Knock on wood, nothing messes up.
You didn't like the title of the video today. Jen was very unimpressed with my decision to.
It's because it's boring.
It's what?
You're boring.
Well, it's the theme. I didn't know. You'll see. It'll work out eventually.
I don't like the title you wanted yesterday, the focus yesterday. I don't know if we talked about that much. So, but if that's what you want, I'll let you have it. I got to give you small things.
What was the title tomorrow or yesterday?
It was. You want to talk about like the pardons and payoffs and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So.
All right. Well, anything you want to tell the people before you recede back to your cave?
No, I'll hold on to it for now.
Okay. You want to talk about? By the way, who was your date last night for a date night?
No date. Remember, I was with you guys all night, and then movie night.
But who was with you?
My spawn was in her room, but we did talk about things that you like to call people.
All right, Jen, thank you very much for being here.
Right.
It's good. It's good to have you.
All right. Glad we could sort that out.
Someone asked, can we do a direct call-in line? Yes. To be honest, the reason that I haven't done a direct call-in line is because I don't want a bunch of idiots calling. I do want some hoops I do want people to jump through some hoops to have to talk. I don't want you've seen it on TikTok, and it's I think it's built in on TikTok, but people come up and they will try and destroy your stream on purpose. So I don't want to make it easier for someone to come up and just drop slurs. I don't want to put YouTube and Twitch at risk. So that's the reason that we don't do that. But there you go. Does that answer the question? So you can if you are here and you disagree with something I say, or you just want to talk about something we're covering, you can join us through Discord. You just message Jen on Discord and she'll bring you right up. Her username is JenDub1 and the chat will help you at any time. So there you go. Somebody asked me, could we talk about the Minnesota education fraud that cost taxpayers a lot of money? Tim, I don't know if you were here yesterday when we covered it for hours. I don't know if you've been here the last 3 or 4 months when we've covered it multiple times. It seems to me, Tim, that the people on your side of the aisle were completely unaware of this. until Nick Shirley brought it up, which I think is kind of a sad state of affairs for the Republican Party, that it took a 23-year-old kid going and exposing absolutely nothing, by the way. If you go, I watched the 42-minute video. He does what like all these on the streets journalists do. They ask a bunch of questions and then they end with asking more questions. He didn't answer any questions. I'll cover a little bit of it today, just correcting some of the things that he said. But yeah, this has been an investigation that's been going on for 7 years. It's not as coordinated as Nick Shirley makes it seem. The Biden administration, their Department of Justice, was investigating this the entire time. There have been 60 people, I believe, convicted, 90-something arrests, and hundreds of indictments, hundreds of investigations. Yes, people have been caught defrauding the government. That happens in every state. It happens every year. Donald Trump has pardoned a bunch of people who committed this exact type of fraud. The only difference, it seems to be white and rich. If you're white and rich and you do fraud, Trump pardons you. If you are black and not rich, then you are the problem with this country. It goes to just like a larger narrative, though, that has been in existence my entire life. When I was a Republican, this was my way of thinking. It's now not my way of thinking. Republicans love to blame poor people. They love to criticize poor people, especially if those poor people are black or brown. If you just compared, in fact, I can pull this number. I pulled it the other day, but I don't think my search results pull up. If you compare the amount of fraud, corporate fraud versus like fraud for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, I want to say it's like 10x. The people that are stealing the most from our government are rich people, corporations, fraudsters. Like, Tim, I don't know if you know this. You should Google this, though. You should Google Rick Scott. His company committed something like $1.7 billion in Medicare fraud. And after that, after he did all that fraud and didn't go to jail, he became the governor of Florida and then a senator for the state of Florida. He got elected doing all this. Trump just pardoned 2 people who committed Medicare fraud to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. The main point is, I don't think any of you actually care about this. Hoodie, shut the fuck up. Predictable response that I laid out all the facts, Hoodie, that I played Nick Shirley's video and we fact checked it. That was the predictable response. The point is, like, nobody has ever said that we shouldn't do anything about this fraud in Minnesota. It's been investigated. It was investigated by the last administration. In fact, it stalled out during this administration because Trump was taking the DOJ and he was pushing them off onto things that he thought were more important. And now they're back to investigating it. And now they're doing weird shit. Like, I saw HSI is investigating. Why in the world would HSI be investigating fraud? Why do we have ICE and Homeland Security going door to door investigating fraud? That's not their role. They have no jurisdiction. They can't prosecute those crimes. I have no idea. This just seems to be exactly what we're claiming. You guys want this to be something that you can club Democrats over the head with. And when Democrats respond and give you facts, you get upset and you go, well, predictable. You never want to take accountability. Fraud is bad. Nobody supports fraud. Nobody. This has had bipartisan support. If you can go back and as far as even like Tom Emmer, who is on TV now all day long talking about what a failure Minnesota is. Tom Emmer was one of the people who was advocating for these investigations. He was also one of the people who was saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't focus so much on this. There's bigger things to focus on. But now that it's politically expedient, they're going to talk about it. And you all know the truth. You all know the truth, that the reason that this is a big story right now is because you don't want to talk about, 1, Trump and the Epstein files, 2, Trump just taking us to war with Venezuela, and 3, the disastrous state of our economy. You know that that's true because I've been begging you to talk about it forever and you won't talk about it. It's a team sport for you folks. That was a good hoodie. Thank you. I'm good at hoodie. Anyways, I'll cover some more of the stuff today, but I'm not going to spend all day on Medicare fraud. You don't care about that. None of you care about that. You just like that it's Tim Walz. The Democrat Clinton files? No, hoodie. I'm talking about the files where Donald Trump is named more than virtually anybody and where they're blacking out the name, the pictures and references to Trump. And they're releasing things in order and they're throwing out Clinton first. Hoodie, a question for you. You're not as dumb as you like to pretend you are on the internet. I think it's one of your best qualities is that you've convinced people that you're dumb. You're not. You just play a dumb guy so that you don't have to answer real questions. But when the Epstein files were released, and there was a file in there from Steve Bannon's phone, and one of the files from the phone was a picture of Ghislaine Maxwell and Donald Trump. Can you explain to me why it is that they blacked that out, hoodie? Any ideas why they blacked out that picture of Ghislaine Maxwell and Donald Trump? Tim, these people are Tim, we're all immigrants then. But why would it matter if somebody's an immigrant and they're stealing money or if they are born in America? Because these people are here legally. Most of them are citizens. The people running these daycares certainly are citizens. So does it matter where they came from? I have zero clue. Yeah. You know why, hoodie. Because they're covering up Trump's appearance in the Epstein files. And they're doing slow drips. And they're giving you a bunch of stuff about Democrats and occasionally something about Donald Trump. And they put out a story and they leave it out there publicly enough to say, oh, this story on its own doesn't stand up. You should all recognize the pattern by now with Donald Trump and with how he gets away with crimes. He just slowly leaks things and he stretches these cases out over and over and over to the point where, like, he went to court 3 times. He lost all 3 times. He was adjudicated that he was civilly liable for sexual abuse. Then massive tax fraud, which apparently you guys all said was a hoax. And then you had the felony charges. 3 for 3 times he went to court. 3 for 3 times he lost. And because they stretched it out and they controlled the narrative so well, you all think that those convictions shouldn't matter. Ask Cody about the blank that was essayed at his house. Jesus. I don't know what happened to Hoodie's house. Stay away from Hoodie's house, I guess. That's what Trump's doing. Like, you have to recognize that at some point. That's what they did with the documents case that Trump never had to go to court for. It's still an open case. When he leaves office, if he's still alive, he'll have to go to court for that. They just do this to you all the time, and then they distract you with fraud. Fraud? Donald Trump committed more fraud than any of these people. But we don't talk about that, right? That's all a hoax. All right. Let's move on. I want to share this. I saw it right before I came on. This is a scary thing for our friend Dean here. It's the audio. Why is the audio not playing all of a sudden? Uh-oh. Let's see. Is it just this clip? We may have a problem here. Let me just try. No, it should play through. None of our audio is playing. How am I going to fix that? Here. Try that again. Well, Jen can't even jump in for you guys to hear. Let's try now. Uh-oh. This is bad. Let me try different headphones. How did I break something while I was live? That's crazy. Let's try that. Nothing there. Son of a bitch. May have it now. There we go. Did you guys hear that? Should be able to hear that. All right, here's Dean now. I think this should work. You didn't hear that music? You didn't hear this? Oh yeah, I don't see that either. All right, I got to switch it here probably. Things are going great, guys. We're fine. Everything's fine. Fuck. Won't let me choose this. We've got problems. All right. Push back. Just try this like 12 times today. Hope you guys are enjoying this. Reboot my computer. That's a good idea. Let's do that. There. All right, let's try this now. See if this works. Boom. Fixed it. Fixed it. You guys heard that, right? Yay. All right. Here's Dean. This makes me now. I don't want to stamp on Dean because what's happening to Dean is very real here. But I want you to know that yesterday morning I woke up exhausted. I don't know if you've ever had a dream that was so mentally exhausting that you wake up tired. I had a dream that I was being chased all through a city by a sniper, and woke up scared for my life and exhausted. But apparently now Dean's getting like real threats.
And they came inside and they spoke to me a little bit to...
The FBI he's talking about. The FBI came to Dean's house. I thought he mentioned that, but...
warn me about threats made against my life that are apparently serious enough for the FBI to take notice. And that was interesting. It is pretty crazy. And they spoke to me a little bit about even security procedural concerns. And as they were coming into my house, they took note of all of these security procedural issues that I may have, etc., so on and so forth. And I also was getting calls from different investigators and agents in places of this country that I shouldn't share, related to that. So,
all right. Are we sure the FBI isn't the threat? I don't know. I mean, the FBI is not this monolith, but it's a really scary time to be a journalist with this administration. There are people say stuff to me regularly that we brush off. I can't think, Jen. I don't know if we've ever had any real threats. I know at one point somebody was doxing. There was a document that was out like on dark webs that had basically all of our names and addresses. Somebody showed that to me. Actually, somebody like an alt-righter, like an actual groiper, showed me the list, and it didn't have my correct address on. So I didn't really sweat it, but I didn't know anybody else's address. So those exist. I know Dean's moved recently. Yeah, maybe Dean's not a journalist, commentator, whatever it is. Anybody who's talking openly about Donald Trump, it is a nervous time for a lot of us, especially because they are on the record of saying that they want to create this police state. They're trying to silence journalists. They've been doing it. They want you fired. And I don't know if they're going to use violence, but they certainly use threats. It's one of the things coming out of these Epstein files that make me so nervous for anybody that's covering that. Is in the Epstein files, there's multiple accounts of women, and outside of the Epstein files, just testimony from women saying, like, he threatened me. He said if we said anything, like, he'd threaten my family. He said he'd blow up my house. So I don't know how credible these are. I feel for Dean. Hope that can't be a good feeling to have the FBI show up, but y'all are not journalists. What's a journalist, Parallelish? What's a journalist? Let's look that up. Should I be allowed to call myself a journalist? Tell me why I'm not a journalist. Do I gather research and report news and information for digital broadcast? That's what it says. Is that me? Do I gather research and report news and information for various media, print, digital broadcast to inform the public? I'm pretty sure I'm a journalist. Dean might be more of a commentator or a debater. I don't watch his show, so I don't know. Do I put a political spin on what I report? I try not to be honest. We all have bias, so I'm going to obviously be biased to my point of view. But there's not a journalist in the world that doesn't have bias. There's not an outlet in the world that, like, what I deem important and what you deem important might be different things. So I'm certainly not going to, I'm probably not going to I'm not going to spend all day talking about a trans athlete in South Dakota. I don't think it matters at all. But yeah, I cover it. I try my best to not spin it. I think that I reported this stuff in Minnesota before Nick Shirley did. Is he a reporter? You can go back. You can watch my 4-part series on the American oligarchy. I think we did a lot of journalism there. That was a really big collective effort from a bunch of people who don't want their names out there who helped me research. I would say I would label myself an independent journalist. And you can decide whether or not I'm good at it or not, but I think it's fair to say I'm a journalist. All right. The name of the show, the title of the show today is "What Would a JD Vance Presidency Look Like?" And the reason I wanted to title that show is because of title the show that way is because of polling like this. And then I want to just go through for the first half of the show today, using clips from JD and other people in the administration and things that are currently happening that JD agrees with. I want to show what a JD Vance presidency would look like, because if the election were held now, he certainly would be the Republican nominee.
Chances. I will just note, it is never too early to talk about political rights, because these guys are...
Nah, bro, I love Jews. All my Jewish brothers and sisters, I love you very much. Fuck the country of Israel, though, and fuck Benjamin Netanyahu.
Running already, even if they haven't formally declared, they're already running, and JD Vance is running well ahead of the field. I mean, take a look here. Top chances to be the 2028 GOP president nominee, the prediction market odds. Look at this, JD Vance, 48% chance. Nobody else is even close. Marco Rubio is way back at 12%, and no one else is even above a 5% chance of being the 2028 GOP nominee. JD Vance is like Mario Andretti, and Marco Rubio and the rest of the field are like going around in go-karts at this point. I mean, that's really what we're looking at. JD Vance.
I would say, yeah, prediction market odds, I think are a good indicator here. Nobody's really polling this right now. There's not a bunch of money that's going to be pushed into polling for the Republican nominee, especially because JD, weirdly enough, like there's arguments in front of the Supreme Court right now, and they're saying that JD Vance is allowed to collect money because he hasn't announced that he's running for president yet. It's a very strange argument. But this is probably the most accurate representation of where people stand. And I think that's right. I mean, if you're a Republican here, thumbs up if you think J.D. Vance should be the nominee, and thumbs down if you think it should be somebody else in the GOP. Just Republicans, please. I think that we would probably get higher than 48% of people say that. So this is betting odds. This isn't necessarily polling, but I'd say like a 50-50 chance that he's the nominee. That's pretty high.
Is the clear heavy favorite at this time.
And over time, depending on what happens, depending on how big this is, it could mean that some people don't actually go
there
for
you
it,
go.
right? That's one of the keys here. Is there any other polling that would back this up, this prediction market from Kalshi saying, hey, look at this number?
Yeah, this number is not coming out of nowhere. And I will note, of course.
Oh, yeah. He also got Turning Point USA has already said they endorsed him. So that's huge. If you get Turning Point USA's endorsement, that's worth a bunch of points. That's huge. They're going to use their really cultivated mechanisms in each state to get out the vote for J.D. Vance. They're going to go to college campuses. They're going to rep J.D. Vance. Whatever you want to say about Republicans, whether or not you think they're cool, Turning Point USA is kind of like the place. It has replaced the Republican National Convention. It's replaced CPAC. CPAC. It is the place now.
He's not at 50% plus yet, but when nobody else is even close, that makes you a clear heavy favorite. And there's a reason why. Just take a look at New Hampshire, right? The first in the nation primary. I mean, take a look here. J.D. Vance at 51%. The next closest is Nikki Haley, who's at 9. I mean, what is that? That's 42 points ahead of the pack. Tulsi Gabbard is at 8. In the first in the nation primary, J.D. Vance, running 42 points ahead. There's a reason why he's such a heavy favorite in the prediction market so far, because if you win the GOP primary in New Hampshire, chances are you're going to be the Republican nominee for president.
Like, how rare is this, or how often do you see someone so far ahead in this primary in New Hampshire?
Yeah, okay. So
some of you are saying, like, who was that, Red? I think it speaks more about how shit the Republican Party is, not how good Vance is. I don't actually think it's, I mean, we agree that they're shit. I think it's about succession. I think that it's about Trump's control over the party. And people see J.D. Vance as Trump's right-hand man or as VP, so they're going to choose him. I think no matter who the VP was right now, they want an extension of MAGA. I think it has very little to do with J.D. Vance. He's not inspiring anybody. He's not a particularly great speaker. He's just Trump's guy. I think that's why he's ahead.
Oh, I saw this 51%, and all of a sudden, there was a buzz going around my head. I said, boy, this seems really weird. I can't recall anyone.
Olivia, he's not far right enough for you. You might have a hard time getting some far righters.
Being this far ahead at this early stage in New Hampshire, I look back, hitting 50% plus in the early New Hampshire polls for a non-sitting president. J.D. Vance is the only one. The only one. You can go all the way back in the...
If J.D. Vance is such an awesome speaker, how come nobody gave a fuck what he said until Trump put him as VP? How come he wasn't out there, you can do it, getting a bunch of speaking fees? Did you like him? Did you think he was a great speaker when he called Trump America's Hitler? He's not a great speaker. He's really not. He's smart. He's intelligent. He's smarter than most Republicans, so I think that maybe he gives off that aura of being educated. He's not a great speaker, though.
Polling archives all the way back to 1980, which is the earliest I could look at. J.D. Vance is the only one ever to getting a majority of the New Hampshire vote according to the early primary polls. At this point, J.D. Vance is pulling off something historic at this time, and that is the key reason why, at this point, he is the far and away favorite for the Republican nomination. He's just way out ahead of the pack.
What does history say? And I think most of us can guess this, but what does history say about vice presidents running for the presidency?
Yeah, I mean, just take a look. You just take a look at the last 5 sitting VPs who ran for the presidency. All were their party's nominees. Kamala Harris, Al Gore, George H.W. Bush, Hubert Horatio Humphrey, therefore HHH, and Richard Nixon back in 1960. So, yeah, you put it all together, J.D. Vance, a heavy favorite. He's had a very good 2025. We'll see.
Are those all losses? Loss. When was it's Herbert Walker, I guess, was a win. I don't know about Humphrey. Nixon won later, right? When did he win the presidency? What year was that? 68? Yeah. So I think they're all losses. What about Humphrey? Oh, I guess that was not for the party nomination. Yeah. So all losses except for Bush. Not good. 72 is when he won? I thought it was 68. Might be 72. You might be right.
If he has a very good 2026.
This is the least surprising thing, but,
Yes.
but the big numbers that you're seeing is surprising compared to what's happened in the past.
You got that right.
And we love it when you're here and give us all the information on the past and the present. But stay over there. Harry Enton, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
Jackie, good to see you 20 minutes behind. It's fine. Hamas Piker zapped my doggy. Jesus. Is that what you're calling Hassan? Great speaker from the party that had Kamala Biden. Listen, I can say J.D. Vance is not a great public speaker without saying that Biden, that doesn't mean Biden was. Right? I don't know. Why do you guys do this? Why is it always like, if somebody gets criticized on your side, you just immediately deflect? It's fine. But we can admit it. There's some people on your side of the aisle that are better speakers than J.D. Vance. Let's just not pretend that he's something he's not. Marty said, before midterms, everyone needs to know about changes to postmark dates from USPS. If you can mention it, please. Love you. I've seen the video circulating today. We actually did cover this in October leading up to the special elections. This was a story. I don't know, and maybe Danielle, if she's here, I don't know if she's come across anything. I don't know if that wound up affecting anything or not. What she's talking about is a viral video, or Marty's talking about a viral video that I don't even know who it is. Somebody talking about a change with USPS where they're basically saying that just because it's postmarked at a certain date doesn't mean that's the official postmark, meaning that maybe some of those ballots wouldn't be counted. Danielle and I are actually working on something. I think that that's the least of our concerns when it comes to having free and fair elections. There's a lot of stuff that makes me far more nervous than that, but it's something to keep an eye on. We may want to go back. I don't know if anybody's done like a post-mortem on the Tennessee election yet, and we can see if it had any effect there. That would be interesting, but it is kind of like a story that's been covered before that's out in the light today. So not sure. Let's compare me versus J.D. Vance. What are you talking about? Let's compare Kamala versus him. Oh, Kamala. Why are we comparing? I don't think Kamala was a particularly good public speaker either. I think both of them do a decent job when they have a teleprompter. I think J.D. Vance comes off more personable probably to a lot of people. And that's the feedback I've gotten when he went on like Theo Vaughn's podcast. He did come off as more of a person, but he also lied through the whole thing. J.D. Vance is somebody said earlier, he's a chameleon. He's whoever they need him to be at that time, but he says almost nothing. He just speaks in catchphrases. So for like the general public, he's palatable. I think it's a good move by Republicans to put up J.D. Vance, honestly. I don't know who you would put up that's better. Ron DeSantis crumbles under pressure. Nikki Haley isn't going to inspire anybody. I don't know who Republicans could put up that would inspire anybody. You guys have become such cucks to Donald Trump and so deferential to Donald Trump that like nobody even has their own personality anymore. It's just Donald Trump this, Donald Trump that. And J.D. Vance is the closest thing to Donald Trump. So he's going to run on I'm Donald Trump Jr., which is going to make Donald Trump Jr. probably feel about how he's felt his whole life, unloved. Amy Lynn said several mysterious self-unalivings connected with the files too. Facts. And also, you know why they pulled the people. You know where they pulled the people from to investigate this shit? They pulled from the child sex trafficking. No joke. That's true. That's true. You're talking about the investigations into Minnesota. Absolutely true. An unloved traitor tot. Like, if you go back and you read like the history of Don Jr., I think it was like for 5 years or something, he didn't talk to his dad. He was not well liked by his dad. And this happens in the Trump family. This happened to Trump's brother, too, who was an alcoholic who wound up dying, I think, from alcohol poisoning or maybe just kidney or liver failure or something. He also was separate from the family. He was away from the family for like 10 years because they didn't want to be in the family business. The family business is just scamming and dirty business deals. And for a while, actually, Don Jr. went off. He went and I think he lived in Colorado and he was out in the mountains and he was trying to do like outdoor stuff. Most of his friends were really liberal. And then he just like couldn't find his way. And then he had to come crawling back, and now he's just a piece of shit like the rest of the Trump family. They're all just shitty people with no morals or values. It's just how much money can we make and how many dumb idiots can we get to believe us? And there's a lot of you. There's a lot of you dumb idiots. I think I got all this. Dustin said, Hoodie literally huffs paints, hates vets, and is 5'4", loves to gluck the orange mushroom, just saying, fuck that MAGA cock. Jesus. Peter said, thanks for all the info and entertainment. Best live on TikTok. I appreciate that. Ryan said, for a mic check, thank you. Sorry I got to those late, guys. I wasn't paying attention to my messages. All right. Moving on here. If we have a J.D. Vance presidency, I assume we can expect more of this, covering up for a bunch of rich billionaires who do sick things. It's important to remember J.D. Vance was plucked from Yale by Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel did this thing at Stanford. He did it, and he's done it at all the Ivy League schools. He goes and he tries to find people who are outsiders or outliers. People like J.D. Vance come from broken homes, just trying to find their way. And he says, you're a conservative. Now I'm going to groom you into what I want you to be. He did that multiple times. Peter Thiel's history is iffy. He had he's married to a man, but he also had this side piece down in L.A., and he would throw these massive sex parties in L.A., and then his side piece eventually was like, we got to break this thing off. I don't like how conservative you've become. And then at a party, I believe in Florida, his side piece exposed him in front of his husband and then wound up dead later that day. So Peter Thiel's got a lot of suspicious behavior as well. And they cover up shit all the time. You'll never hear J.D. Vance talk about that. You'll never hear J.D. Vance talk about Donald Trump. But this story came out. Marjorie Taylor Greene was interviewed. I want to say it was Wall Street Journal, but I don't remember. Here was an excerpt from that article. After the hearing that she held with the Epstein survivors, Greene held a news conference at which she threatened to identify some of the men who'd abused the women. Greene says that she didn't know the names herself, but that she could have gotten them from the victims. Trump called Greene to voice his displeasure. Greene was in her Capitol Hill office, and according to a staff member, everyone in the suite of rooms could hear him yelling at her as she listened to him on speakerphone. Greene says she expressed her perplexity over his intransigence? There's no way she used that word. I don't even know what that word means. According to Greene, Trump replied, my friends will get hurt. When she urged Trump to invite some of Epstein's female victims to the Oval Office, she says he angrily informed her that they had done nothing to merit the honor. It would be the last conversation Greene and Trump would have. Don't release these files. My friends are going to get in trouble. And these victims have not earned the honor to come to the White House. Kanye did. Nick Fuentes did. Kid Rock, he's there all the time. But not these victims of Jeffrey Epstein. Anything there? You guys just don't believe Marjorie, right? That's what it is? She's lying now too? Everybody's lying about Trump. Anything from J.D. Vance? Not a peep from J.D. Vance. In a J.D. Vance America, you would just see a continuation of what we've seen with MAGA. Women's rights are stripped. Women's voices are not to be believed. Women are used as props. Marjorie Taylor Greene was great for Trump because he got to use a woman to protect him until that woman realized that Donald Trump doesn't protect women. And when she called it out, she was abandoned by all of you. Now you guys want nothing to do with Marjorie Taylor Greene. She acted as a shield for Donald Trump for, 6-7 years? Now she's out of here because she's saying that Trump doesn't give a fuck about these victims. Never liked her. Of course you didn't. Yeah, with the whole woman thing. I hear you, Eric. You don't like those pesky women speaking up. They just need to be quiet, right? All right. Let's get to some of the things that J.D. Vance has said. How about this absolute gem? This was him at Turning Point USA, I believe earlier this year. Could have been, earlier this year.
Strengths that we have. Now, here, let me just say something about this. And somebody asked me earlier about my Christian values. And one of the points I made is that when the settlers came to the New World, they found a very widespread child sacrifice. I imagine there are some people who don't agree with my view on the pro-life issue. Let me just make an observation. If you go to historical archaeological sites where there were brothels, and the two oldest businesses in the world.
Yeah, you heard that correctly. When the brave, colonizers came to America, what they found in the indigenous people is child sacrifice. Widespread. I looked it up. I was like, was there like there's no evidence of that at all. In fact, J.D. Vance is a Catholic. We want to talk about being pro-life as a Catholic. They found in Rome as they went, they had these tunnels between where the priests lived and where the nuns lived. And there were these tunnels connecting the two. And when they went and they were renovating Rome, they found in these tunnels hundreds of skeletal remains of infants. It sounds an awful lot like what the Catholic Church did, not what the indigenous people in this country were doing.
Or gambling and prostitution, so there were brothels even in very...
Where's the evidence, Aaron? Someone give me that evidence. Where's the evidence of widespread child sacrifice? Where is it? I'll pull it up here.
Ancient civilizations. If you go back to ancient brothels and you dig up the bones of the women who were working in these places...
Now it's ancient brothels? See how he just slid from indigenous people to ancient brothels? Did the indigenous people have brothels? You didn't have like currency, right? What's he talking about here?
You will very often find a lot of children who were buried with them. And the answer is that whenever a society decides to discard innocent babies, they also don't treat their women very well. And whenever a society mistreats its women, it is very often the babies who come right after that.
So, for example, Republicans who only care about children until they're born. And then once they're born, we're not going to help mothers. We're not going to give them things like maternity leave. There's not going to be, despite the immense labor that mothers in this country have given, there's no payment for that. There's no value assigned to that. We're cutting funding and in fact, now we're just going after welfare in general by saying it's all fraudulent, so we just need to pull it. Is that what he's talking about? It's a weird thing for a Republican to talk about. People don't treat women very well in these types of communities. That's your community. That's you guys. What about your church, bud? Your church covered up the molestation of thousands of children. Your president's the guy that you work under is in the Epstein files. With multiple accusations of abusing children. And you guys are actively covering that up. Yeah, always projection. Correct. It's always projection. They don't give a fuck about women. This guy won't stand up for his own wife. He stands up on a Turning Point USA stage and goes, we have to let everybody in, including the people who think that I shouldn't be allowed to be president because my wife is Indian. There's no spine here. I don't know how he stays upright. There's absolutely no spine here.
There is a reason why Christian civilization ended the practice of child sacrifice all over the world, and it's one of the great accomplishments of Christian civilization.
Huh? Somebody tell me what's he talking about? Christians ended the practice of child sacrifice? What's he talking about? There's a dog outside my door. Anybody know? What's he talking about here? Read the Illinois report. There were 9,000 kids in Illinois that were child sacrifices in Illinois. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying, by the way? I want to make sure. VG Codec. Is that what you're saying? what these guys have done to America and to politics is taken like Christianity and now said like Christianity is responsible for all the good that's ever happened, and everything bad that's happened in this world is the result of non-Christians. I have no idea. Well, I'm asking you guys for sources, Timothy. Do you want to give me sources on this? This is the other thing Republicans do. You should be more honest with yourselves than what we're seeing out of you right now. Should be far more honest with yourselves. You're hearing me question what J.D. Vance is saying, and I'm asking you for sources. And all of you are saying, go read a book, do research. And I'm asking you, what book, what research? And nobody can give me anything. Just give me the source. Obviously, you know. Can I criticize Islam? Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. I don't like Islam either. And if this was an Islamic person standing up here saying that Islam was responsible for ending child sacrifice, I would say the exact same thing. If it was instead of Western colonizers, it was Islamic colonizers that came to this country, and an Islamic man was on stage saying, when we got here, there was widespread child sacrifice, I would criticize him too. Listen, I have no problem criticizing Islam or Christianity or any of these religions who try to like go out and force their policy, or I guess people within those religions that try and go out and force their worldview into policy and talk about these things as if they are factual. I do not listen. I think it's silly if you believe these things. You can believe them. I think it's silly if you believe Muhammad flew on a winged horse up into heaven. I think that that's incredibly silly. And I think that if you believe that, that's fine. But the fact that that's like part of your ideology leads me to say your ideology is a little bit silly. I think it's silly that you would think that there was a worldwide flood, that Jesus walked on water, that he turned a bunch of fish and bread into more fish and bread. I think all of it's silly. Now, do you want to give me a source for what he's saying here or no?
I believe that we should try to be protecting every unborn life. There's a question of exactly how we do it, but I would never say that anyone's right to life should be sacrificed. Thank you, man.
Unless you're not a citizen of this country, unless you are driving a drug boat in the middle of the ocean, unless you just happen to be in Nigeria, you just happen to be near some place where we're drone striking. If you happen to be in some places where J.D. Vance doesn't like you, or you're a different country, he doesn't have a problem. You can die. All right. Just a reminder that J.D. Vance is a chronic liar. Or unless you're pregnant, yeah. In J.D. Vance's America, just like Donald Trump's America, if you are somebody who supports the administration, you get different rules. This is Lauren Chen. If any of you don't remember who Lauren Chen is, she was, I believe, the owner or one of the owners of Tenet Media. They're the ones who took Russian money and fed it to Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson. And she wasn't allowed to return here. However, she says now, Merry Christmas, everyone. As we celebrate the birth of Christ, there is nowhere else I'd rather be than back here in Nashville. The biggest thank you to Joe Rittenhouse at the State Department for moving mountains to ensure we are able to return in time for the holidays. Also, the utmost gratitude to CBP, the new leadership at the FBI, and the administration for their helping making this possible and for everything they do to keep America safe. This is a Russian asset who was paying American journalists to do Russian propaganda, who rightfully had her ability to come back to America revoked. And under this administration, because they are not critical of Trump and they praise Trump, they get to come back. It would be a lot of that. I would lose rights. Anybody outside of this country who doesn't worship J.D. Vance and the Republicans would lose rights. But if you can just commit crimes all day long, you can work for the enemy and pay content creators in this country to push narratives for the enemy, and this administration will let you back in. J.D. Vance would do the same thing. Right, she's Canadian. Correct, Taylor. It would be the same. See how mad they get at me? See how they just yell at me every time I show them some information that they don't like? Fuck this guy. I don't even like him. You're not cool. You're a nobody. Yeah, I get it. We've heard it all before. Benny said Pope Innocent the 8th drained 3 young boys of blood and drank it to extend his health. They didn't make it. Real story. JD Vance going to talk about that? Probably not. Probably not a lot from JD Vance about that, right? How come JD Vance doesn't talk about his church? Amber says husband works in wastewater. In 2000, he worked for the city of Mount Angel, Oregon. They had one of those places where nuns study and live. Their wastewater main constantly got clogged with condoms. Maybe the babies were before condoms. Jesus. That's a crazy story. Maybe it was like a worship thing. Maybe it was some sort of worship that they were using condoms for. Where's my proof Russian money was paid to people? Who's paying you? You can see who's paying me. One of the every single person here that chats, that's who pays me. But do you not know this story? You Francie? Do you not know about the Russian money paid to Tim Pool? Like Tim Pool, they've all admitted it. Tim Pool's admitted it. Benny Johnson's admitted it. Dave Rubin's admitted it. Our Justice Department caught them. Do you not know this story? Republicans, just give me a thumbs up if this is the first time you're hearing this story about the Russians funneling money through tenant media. Why Dems hate Russia? Because they're invading other countries. They're evil. They're corrupt. They kill people. They kill American citizens. They kill people who expose their corruption. Not great people. I'm not thrilled. Vladimir Putin's a badass. No, he's a very small man who uses other people to do evil things for him. Don't forget Bendover Johnson. Yeah, I didn't forget Benny Johnson. I don't know if they. Do you think they know? Do you think any of them know? Smell my own farts for fun, no doubt. Yeah, it's all I do. Actually, as soon as this live's over. And you'd be surprised the flexible positions I can put myself in to smell my own farts. You'd be really impressed, honestly, I think. It still wouldn't smell worse than Trump, from what I hear. All right. Here's a recent one from JD Vance. Remember what Republicans during the entire Biden administration were talking about how we need to unify and how Biden was so divisive. And sometimes Biden was divisive. I'll agree with that. But they have just turned it up 50 fucking levels. This was at the most recent Turning Point cult conference where J.D. Vance said this.
Shall know them. And we might ask, what are
By the way, the part that's cut off, he's citing scripture and says, by their fruits ye shall know them.
the fruits of these people and their principles?
He's talking about us. What are the fruits of us people and our principles?
And the answer is a man named Tyler Robinson who killed my friend.
Whoops. Tyler Robinson was born in the same state I was born in. The fruits of the principles are how he was raised. He was raised to think that guns were very important. He was raised to think that you needed guns to protect yourself and that sometimes the use of guns was justified. He was raised to believe that. He was raised in a religion that taught that there were such things as honor killings. That if somebody was evil, you could kill them. I was Mormon, not Mormon anymore. He was raised to believe all these things. But yeah, it was us. He was raised by MAGA Christian conservatives. They're booing the Mormons. If there's any Mormon conservatives here, just know they're booing you.
Think about it. He is everything that the far left want from our young men.
All right. For me, as somebody on the far left, what I want for you men, I want you to have freedom. I want you to have health care. I want you to have clean water. I want you to have clean air. I want you to have the option to go to college without worrying, will this destroy my financial future? I want you guys to have jobs. If you want a family, I want you to be able to have a family. And whether you're a stay-at-home dad or you work and your wife is a stay-at-home mother or both of you work, I want you to have that option. I want you to be able to have a job, be able to own a house, and raise a family. I want all of those things for you. And I think that if you asked anybody on the left, what would we want for you? That's what we would want. Or you can listen to JD Vance, or you can be some of you that are in the chat today. And instead of believing what we tell you, you can believe this facade that JD Vance paints. And he paints this so that you don't give a fuck what he does. He tells you this so that no matter what he does, we will always be a worse option. So the fact that right now they are accelerating wealth inequality. For you men that are out there, it's never been less likely that you will have a house. The average age of the first-time homeowners has gone up like 10 years. And they're not doing anything to fix that. Democrats didn't fix it either, to be clear. I'm not a Democrat. I probably dislike the Democrats as much, maybe more than you, but I dislike them for real reasons. I don't have to make shit up like JD Vance. I don't have to make this shit up. Democrats own slavery. See what I mean? Like you guys just don't want to live in reality. That's what I advocate for. Here's what JD Vance is going to tell you I advocate for.
He rejected the conservatism and the spirituality, the values of a small town family.
Can somebody explain to me how liberals want to take away your guns, your freedom of speech, your freedom of worship, your ability to love whoever you want, and the way that we're going to do that is by using a weapon to unalive somebody? How are we anti-gun, anti-violence, and also pro-gun, pro-violence? How are we both of those things? I agree with you. Young men are leaving the Democrat Party. I don't think they were ever there, and they are headed to the right. And they're going to be there for a little while. But at some point, these young men are going to realize that Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate and JD Vance have nothing for them, that they're being used. They're taking young men's anger and they're turning it against us so that they can win elections, and then they're not going to do anything for you. And you're going to realize that at some point. And that doesn't mean you have to be a Democrat, but you're going to realize in the not too distant future that you have been used. Your lives aren't getting better.
He moved into a small apartment. He became addicted to porn. He became addicted.
He made that up. There's no evidence that he's addicted to porn, but also if you look at like addiction rates, it's much higher in red religious communities.
To hate. And he ended up sleeping with somebody who doesn't know whether they're a man or a woman. That is the nightmare scenario, but that is the scenario that the left has actively advertised they want.
Name one person who's has advocated for that. Name one. What do I offer to young people, Joseph? Yeah, reality, Joseph. I offer reality to young people. Here's the reality for young people. The dollar doesn't go as far as it used to go. Wealth inequality is at all-time highs. Wealth inequality is damaging to the middle class. What I offer to young people is a dose of reality. The reason that young men aren't getting married has nothing to do with the fact that women are liberal. In fact, I saw, I don't remember who it was. One of my conservative friends on TikTok, I don't know which content creator, sometimes it shows like what they repost. One of them was like this guy, actually I do know who it was, I just don't want to say their name now. It was a cowboy. And she's like, this is what real men are. And it was a cowboy standing in line getting a drink. He was wearing his Wranglers. He was all done up. And then you saw him cuddling his wife. And then you saw him taking care of his kids. You saw him out there coaching his daughter's soccer game. Those are all things that we advocate for. That's what I advocate for you. If anybody has watched me for a long time, you know that there's very few things I care about in my own personal life outside of like my child and being a good dad. I advocate that we fix our healthcare system. I advocate that we have a more equitable system where everybody has a chance to live what used to be the American dream. And I advocate that young men treat women well, and if you have children, that you treat your children well. That's it. That's what I advocate for. I don't think it solves any of these young men's problems to watch something like the Whatever podcast and bring in girls off the street and just rip them to shreds. I don't think it does a lot for young men to consistently show them videos of women that they can then bash on the internet. That's what I advocate for. I just advocate for you guys being human. Stop putting people in groups. Stop saying that if there's fraud in Minnesota, we have to get rid of Somalis. If there are feminist women who don't want to have children or get married, don't apply that to all women. And also understand that that's okay. It's okay. None of you are upset with Lindsey Graham. No, none of you are upset with Lindsey Graham. He didn't have children. You could probably find my net worth there, Bryce Rodriguez. You can look me up. I've had financial success in my life. This is not one of the most financially successful things I've done, but I do this because it means something to me. I show up every day and I have a job where I feel like I can make an impact. I can talk about things that matter to me, and I feel like I'm in the fight. I was in sales for a lot of years. I owned multiple companies. I didn't like it. I don't like chasing money. And you won't find happiness chasing money either. None of you will. Don't you want a good life for your potential children? You're going to have sex first. That's going to be difficult. I want my daughter to grow up in a world where if she wants to get married and be a stay-at-home mom, great. If she wants to go to church, great. If she wants to go out and have a career, great. If she doesn't want kids, great. I just want my daughter to have the same opportunities that we used to have in this country. Your parents and your grandparents, when they went to college, if they went to college, it was affordable. Most of them probably got it. If your grandparents, most of them went to college for free. There were state schools that paid for college. What happened to that? We allowed capitalism to come in. We allowed everything to be for profit, and it drives up the price of everything. I'm not a fan of capitalism. I'm not necessarily a fan of socialism. I'm a fan of things that work. So if something doesn't work, we should fix it. But my main problem with J.D. Vance and people like J.D. Vance is that they are ideologically driven. And so when there is a good option in front of them that could fix a problem, if it doesn't coincide with their ideology, they will make up lies about it. They will call it evil. And so we can't have good solutions with people like J.D. Vance. There used to be a time in this country when people like even Ronald Reagan openly talked about what it meant to be a leader, what it meant to be a president. And they talked openly about unification. George Washington refused to stay in office as a king because he said, look, that's not what we did this for. It's a collective. We're supposed to work together. Congress was supposed to be a process where everybody compromised. The Founding Fathers warned us about having two parties. They warned us about this polarization, and we're there. And then the increase in social media has only made this more polarizing. You could get me on board with saying that a Republican's a good person, even though they have different views than me. And I do think that this applies right and left. I do think that we are polarized to the point where if there's an R or a D next to somebody's name, we automatically cast them off. But I could deal with J.D. Vance. I could deal with policies that I don't like if I felt like J.D. Vance, one, was actually doing what was best for the people and not himself, and two, wasn't constantly trying to divide. And I'll tell you this, if you are listening to somebody whose only argument is to tell you how bad the other side is, I don't think they have a very good argument. I don't think they've really thought through these things. And that's what we're seeing in real time with the Republicans. With Donald Trump, your party has become the party of complaining. You won in 2016 by complaining. You won in 2024 by complaining. And all you guys do now is complain about Joe Biden. We have real problems in this country that I'm going to get to. And the idea that we can just keep blaming Joe Biden and kick it down the road, it's not going to work. Sure, Liberty Logic, I might be guilty then, for sure. But if you think when I'm covering this news, you can watch today, you judge for yourself. When I criticize J.D. Vance, do I offer something different? Do I offer counter evidence to what he's saying? So far I have. But at the end of this live, you be honest with yourself. When I criticize J.D. Vance, do I offer a different set of facts? For sure. And if I don't, then yeah, I'm guilty.
American families, and the young men in the audience in particular. That is exactly why we have to fight them. Because the fruits of true Christianity are men like Charlie Kirk.
I disagree. I don't think Charlie Kirk represents Christ. He might represent modern Christianity. I don't think he represents Christ. I don't think Christ would have said things like, if I'm on a plane and the pilot's black, I have to question whether or not they're qualified. I don't think Christ would have advocated somebody going and bailing out the person who beat up Nancy Pelosi's husband. I don't think Christ would talk about Martin Luther King in the way that Charlie Kirk did. I'm wrong, sir. Oh, Christ would have done that. Christ would have been racist. It's fine if you guys want to do this politically, but one of the grossest things that's happening now is that politics are replacing people's actual religion. When they talk about like this religious revival, and Benny Johnson is thrilled about this, that more men are going to church, which means he can groom more young men. They're going to church because of politics, not because of Jesus. I don't think that there's anything really about Charlie Kirk that jives with the Jesus I read about in the Bible. Not much. I think as far as Charlie Kirk goes, what I could say good about Charlie Kirk is that he appeared to be a good dad and a loyal husband. He appeared to care a lot about his kids. But he was also racist. I'm confused how Turning Point USA is led by his wife when he said that their place is at home. She's never at home. I'm very confused by that. I just don't think this is like a good representation of Christ. I have no problem with people going to church, but I have a problem with people mixing their politics and religion. And I think that most of these people now choose their politics, it's politics first, then it's religion. They've become intertwined, and I think that that's sick.
The fruits of true Christianity are good husbands, patient fathers, builders of great things, and slayers of dragons.
Those last two things are not part of what Christ taught. Builders of great things and slayers of dragons. Dragons are imaginary, and Jesus didn't really talk about building things. He was homeless.
And yes, men who are willing to die for a principle if that's what God asks them to do. Because so many of us recognize that it is better to die a patriot than live a coward.
I don't even know what that means. Somebody said, what has J.D. Vance built? It's a good question. What has J.D. Vance built? He had a nonprofit. He created a nonprofit in Ohio to address the opioid crisis. And he used this nonprofit first to launch his Senate bid. He's like, I care so much that even though I'm running this nonprofit, instead of running this nonprofit, I'm going to run for Senate. And he was exposed what he did with his nonprofit. Here you go.
You know what I haven't done? I didn't start a fake nonprofit pretending like I was going to help people with addiction like J.D. Vance did. Literally started a nonprofit and didn't spend one nickel on anybody. In fact, he brought in somebody from Purdue Pharma to be the spokesperson for the nonprofit. The same drug company.
Purdue Pharma, for by the way, members only event last night. We watched 2 episodes of Dope Sick. We're going to do it again on Monday. Anybody that's watching our movie night knows that Purdue Pharma, with OxyContin, created this opioid crisis. And so J.D. Vance in order to address the opioid crisis, brought in somebody named Dr. Sally Patel. She worked for the American Enterprise Institute. One of the alarming things that we found out, and it covered in the last episode of Dope Sick that we watched, is that Purdue Pharma was citing a letter to the editor where this guy had done a study of people in a hospital that were prescribed opioids, and he said that of the people during their hospital stay, which was between like 1 and 7 days, that were prescribed opioids, most of them didn't develop an addiction. It was like 1%. So he's saying in a controlled in a controlled manner, when people were there just briefly for a hospital stay and they were given an OxyContin specifically, and then they left, they didn't leave with an addiction. And Purdue Pharma was able to bribe our government and cited that source something like 30,000 times. It was in all of their sales material that OxyContin wasn't habit forming and that it wasn't addictive. And so when J.D. Vance created a nonprofit that, again, raised hundreds of thousands of dollars and gave it to absolutely nobody, none of that money helped anybody, the person he chose to run that was Dr. Sally Patel from the American Enterprise Institute, who also worked for Purdue Pharma and took in about $800,000 over her time at American Enterprise from Purdue Pharma. Again, did nothing for the people. Wrote a book about it, didn't give any of that money to the people. Started a nonprofit, didn't do anything for the people. Then brought in a big pharma loyalist to run his nonprofit.
Big Pharma, the big drug company that had all the pill mills going, got everybody addicted. 1 million people died, JD. 1 million people died. And you started a nonprofit to try to take advantage of people in Ohio. And you know what? All you did with it was launch your political career. His campaign manager worked for that nonprofit. He ran a poll to check his own standing from that nonprofit. I'm not going to take a backseat to you or anybody else on fentanyl, drugs, or immigration or anything else. Somebody that, you know what
that guy. He didn't do anything. And watch, we've said it before, watch the reaction in the chat when we hit home. When they start criticizing me and insulting me, that's when we know we're hitting home. That's when we know they don't have an answer for this. Why is your guy such a scammer? Why is he such a scammer? Why is he such a phony? Why does he use fake names? Why did he write a book that largely has been debunked? Why? Why do you guys like that? It's because it's what you're used to. A J.D. Vance presidency would be a Peter Thiel presidency. It would be a big tech presidency. And it is fucking unbelievable how you guys have gone from big tech is a problem, we hate big tech, to they're literally running the White House. They're running they're in our Defense Department, they're at the IRS, they're at the DEA, they're at the FTC, they're at the FEC, they're at the SEC. They bought a vice president. Remember, J.D. Vance wasn't on the short list. Trump released a short list of candidates that he was choosing from for VP, and J.D. Vance wasn't on that short list. And then all of these rich oligarchs, all these tech oligarchs called Trump and were like, hey, would you mind coming to San Francisco for a dinner? We want to hold a dinner for you. He was like, awesome. Fundraising dinner? I'll be there. It's money. And at that fundraising dinner, they convinced him to choose J.D. Vance, who wasn't on the short list. And a week later, J.D. Vance was like the VP nominee. It's like, what the fuck happened? And nobody saw it coming. It's because J.D. Vance is part of the deal. We'll give you money. You give us J.D. Vance. The deal was always J.D. Vance will be the next president. We'll work with you. You work with us. And this is what the J.D. Vance presidency looks like, because these are the people who pay him. Here's Bernie Sanders on with Jake Tapper explaining, not even explaining, just quoting some of these oligarchs that J.D. Vance is bought by. And listen to some of the things that the oligarchs are saying.
This is what Elon Musk, putting hundreds of billions of dollars into the technology, says, quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs.
Whoops.
Working will be optional, end quote.
And what's the plan for that? Are we going to do universal basic income? Because you guys are morally opposed to universal basic income. Is this what you want? No jobs? Working optional? Do you think they can? By the way, let's say they pulled this off and there was universal basic income. Fine. What if they don't pull it off? We're currently in a situation where the president of the United States is taking taxpayer money and he is forcing investment into these AI companies. And their goal is to take your jobs. That's their stated goal. They want to take everybody's jobs. They want to get all the money. And Trump is forcing taxpayer money into these companies. And he's using tariffs, which is a tax on all of us. And he's using those tariffs as a negotiating strategy with other countries saying, I will lower these tariffs if you give me a bunch of cash that I could give to these companies. If you don't know that this is true, you need to look it up. Donald Trump is creating a sovereign wealth fund where he gets to choose where the investment goes. All of this investment that he's claiming he has obtained from these other countries, he gets to control where that money goes. And it's going to NVIDIA. It's going to OpenAI. It's going to Intel. It's going to Oracle. He is using your taxpayer money, and he's willing to have inflation go up and prices go up so that he can use that as leverage to bilk money out of other countries to prop up these companies that want to steal your jobs. It's time for you guys to start do a little bit of reading. Because I don't trust that they're going to provide a UBI for us. I don't trust that they're going to pull this off. I don't trust that AI can do what they say it's going to do. And if AI crashes, it's going to be our dollars down the drain. It's going to be trillions of dollars in debt that we lose. It's going to be 401ks obliterated, retirement accounts obliterated, jobs obliterated. I hear you. I want to ask this question. Who is that? Jeunesse Enriquez. So, brother, if we don't become the leaders of AI, then other countries will. Why is that a problem? What happens if we're not the AI leader? I want you to think this through. Let's be interactive today. How does it hurt us if we aren't the AI leader? Mauricio, no caps, and shut the fuck up. I'm encouraging people to do better right now. Shut the fuck up. Where are we? Explain it to me. Yeah, dumbass, I get it. Yeah, insult me. Somebody explain to me why AI. Because where was that? Because AI is the technology of the future, my man. What is? What do you mean of the future? Why can't we import it? We did it with cell phones. Weren't smartphones the future? We didn't do that. Most of the technology was invented in China. And then American companies just branded it. They take over in leading medicine. Why would AI lead medicine? Is there any evidence that AI is going to fix medicine? And even if China is the leader in medicine, who cares? Why can't we take their technology and use it? I'm waiting for an answer. AI is science. Whomever has the best science wins the world. It's not a fucking game. What do you mean wins the world? China has the best science. They're way ahead of us. They're ahead of us on AI. A lot of people don't realize that China's ahead of us on AI. You know why China's ahead of us on AI? Because they don't have bloated AI companies that are propped up by a Ponzi scheme. Do you see how hard this is for you Republicans? Let's be honest with ourselves today. Do you see how fucking hard this is for you to explain why we need to win the AI battle? It's hard, huh? See, there it is. You have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to cybersecurity. We're not talking about cybersecurity. We're talking about AI. Just explain it to me. All you guys can do is say, I don't know what I'm talking about. But I'm asking you to explain it to me. It's true. I'm not an expert on this. I'm waiting for one of these people from the Trump administration to explain to me why we need to win AI. Mauricio, stop writing in caps. Stop being so fucking angry. You give shitty generic advice. Don't accuse me of just like repeating what you heard on TV. People that watch me know, like, my shows aren't what you hear on TV. All right. Do you see that? Chat, do we see this, though? Do we see what happened in real time? I asked all of them to explain to me why we need to win AI. Nobody fucking knows. Nobody can fucking explain. I sat and watched David Sachs on that podcast. I watched 3 hours with Shamath. I watched the investor call for OpenAI. I've watched all of these things. Not one of them can tell me why we have to win. Because it's not like if China wins the AI battle, how do they make their money back? They sell it. What, they're not going to sell it to us? Of course they're going to sell it to us. That's what they want to do. It's not saying we should abandon AI and we should not have AI. My assertion here is that our entire country is propped up on AI investment. We maybe need to show that video again at some point, but the reason that like NVIDIA, the reason that OpenAI, these tech companies are so valuable is because they loan money to themselves. They pay themselves money. And so it looks like they're making revenue when they're not. And then people invest and the stock price goes up. So that's why we have companies worth like $5 trillion that are making $100 billion in revenue. And even that revenue, like they're claiming $100 billion in revenue, but that revenue, a lot of that is them paying themselves. When you break down what their actual revenue is, we're talking about like pennies on the dollar. These are overvalued companies that have no path forward to reach the value that they're at now. So one of two things needs to happen. Either they need to somehow figure out how to make trillions of dollars, or the market has to correct. And if the market corrects, that means millions of people in this country are going to lose their 401ks. It's just going to poof, up in smoke. Joel, thanks for the super chat. Pollution Blues Drone said, keep on keeping on. Thank you. Benny, I think I got that one. Just give me 1 second, Jen. Tim, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. And I think I got all those. Ash said, for doing work that's needed, thank you. I appreciate that, Ash. What's up, Jen?
Okay, we've got someone waiting to talk to you.
Oh, cool.
Before we go over there, just want to remind everybody that we do still have our gift goal. I think you'll probably update the total here in a minute.
Yeah.
Let me send you my number.
2 more real quick. Brianna said, thanks for the Daily Dose of Sanity. Hi, Mod Dami Mommy Jen. And that was good timing for that. And ever hear about that half horse, half man who's always yelling in the square? He was the centaur of attention. I like that.
That's a good one. But yeah, so just want to remind everybody when these conversations happen, sometimes people forget that we still have that gift goal. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking down the rest of that balance. Jay's going to update the total so you guys know where we're at. And if you haven't subscribed to us already, please do so wherever you're watching any. Remember, it's only events. And check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch. Jay's on Cameo, and we upload these episodes to Spotify.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so he's doing for you.
Karen, I read it now that you said that the reason we have to win the AI battle is because they will spy on us. They already do that. It doesn't explain why we have to win the AI battle. Like, they're going to spy on us anyways. We're going to spy on them. It's what we do. I don't know why we have to win the AI, but maybe you could explain that differently. And Jen, you said somebody's waiting. Who is it? What's their name? Oh, she probably hopped over. Gabriel, is that who it is?
Yep.
Oh, hey, what's up, Gabriel?
How you doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm all right. I watched your stream before.
Uh-huh.
I just want to. I know sometimes things can get heated. I'm actually trying to have a real conversation.
I love that. Thank you.
So how do you think? All right. So you said that we can just buy the stuff from the other countries, right? Whoever wins the AI race, right?
Sure.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, if you think our market's gonna fail eventually or explode, have a bubble,
mm-hmm.
If we don't go all in and try to win the race, and we let somebody else win, then they become the superpower, and we're not the superpower.
Why are they the superpower?
because of the capex, like how much is going to increase like GDP. All right, so every time that
Wait, why is
like
it going to
powers of
increase?
state-
Why is AI going? Why is them like winning the AI battle affect our GDP?
Okay, so like the Industrial Revolution, that was like the first one. And then there was, well, we kind of got lucky. We looked into that one after World War II or one or whatever.
Yeah.
And then they had the .com one, and we got lucky there too.
What do you mean? That crashed our entire economy.
Not the .com bubble, no.
Yes, it did.
No, we grew from that. We
Yeah, but
we
it
got crashed from the
yeah, but that's
housing market.
That's the point. Like the .com bubble was just basically this adoption of the internet. It was the adoption of the internet. The bubble part where we inflated all these companies and then
Really
it
still on the
crashed.
bubble, right?
That part didn't need to happen.
No.
Yeah, and
But
that's what I'm saying we're doing with AI. We're repeating what we did in the .com bubble. Like anybody with an AI next to their name, like we're heavily investing and we're over bloating these companies. And so when it crashes, it's going to take out our market. We didn't learn from that.
Well, I wrote that down. Like you're absolutely. I think you're right about that for sure. About how there's the chance for there to be a bowl right now, and it's huge. They are all funding each other, like seeding into each other and promising like to buy the stuff from their other companies. And I don't see how they can actually be worth what they say they're worth. And then that guy Chamath, is his name Chamath?
Yeah.
He started whatever it's called. Like the companies don't actually have any value. It's just what people think is worth.
Yeah.
I think that's a terrible idea. But regardless, we do need. There's no reason why we wouldn't be going all in to try to at least. I think there should be more guardrails, but like they should be figuring those out now, but not having to implement them unless things get too crazy.
But we're not really going all in on it. This is my problem. We're not going all in on it in the same way that China is. For like DeepSeek, it cost like a couple $100 million. OpenAI is like hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars now at this point. We're not going all in on the technology. We're going all in on the investment and the stock.
Yeah.
Which is the same thing that we did on with the .com bubble. Like we didn't learn from that. China is way ahead of us because when the crash comes, it's going to decimate us, and it's not going to decimate them in the same way.
No, because they're authoritarian. So, like whatever, like they have way more control over the companies there. They own their companies. Like that's why Elon Musk wanted OpenAI to be open sourced. That's why he said pissed off about it, and that's one of the reasons why DeepSeek took so much of took a big hit to American companies whenever they released, because there's open source, and they released another version.
And that's exactly what now Trump too late is trying to do the same thing. Trump's taking stakes in Nvidia and Intel, and he's trying to now say that like our investment will come with a return. But we're late on that. Now he's trying to copy China's model now, but he's taking over and doing this model once it's already bloated.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's like a good or a bad thing for the Intel and taking the stakes into certain because these are actually security, like they could be national security risks to certain companies that they are actually invested in. So it could be bad, it could be good for those particular things.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying that it's bad or good. I'm saying that's what China does. You said that China was authoritarian, and I agree with that.
Their entire economy, everything that goes on there, every single business there, they're majority stakeholders for every business.
True.
So
that's
really
control. That's actually just so you know, that's not true.
No, the CCP owns a majority stake. They have controlling stake in any company that's run from China.
Controlling and majority are two different things. They have controlling a stake in a lot of companies, but there are plenty of companies that are like DeepSeek, for example. I think it's just one guy that owns it, and China doesn't own more than 50%, so they don't have a controlling stake there. He does. But what China does that different than us, and I agree that China's authoritarian, and I agree that there's plenty of corruption in China, but what they do is they take money. When they give money to these companies, like taxpayer money, they then say we get a return on that investment. So we're going to give you some money for your company, but we also own part of your company now.
Right.
And that's essentially what Trump is now doing with like Intel and Nvidia, but it's after it's all bloated.
Right. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah. And we can't really do that because our government, we don't have the ability to actually be part of the businesses and like actually make sure they're doing what they need to, like China can. Like China's not.
Apparently, we can. Trump's just doing it.
Well, no, we just own stake in them, but we don't actually have say. Like they could just be doing anything really, and
you don't think
we don't have
you don't think that the government having not only 10% of the company but also total control over regulation, you don't think that gives them controlling interest?
Yeah, but regulation. But I'm saying like do they have people on the board? I don't know. Like I literally don't know. Do they have people on the board?
Yeah, they'll have board? Yes. I don't know who they're going to be. I don't even know if they've assigned them, but yeah, they'll have board members.
Okay. Well, that's maybe better than I thought. I mean, and yeah, you said it's they're already in the bubble. Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, so what should we do instead?
Well, I don't think we should be. So one, these companies should be investigated because it's fraud.
Yes.
And they should be, and these massive monopolies should.
It probably is, but
what's that?
It probably is fraud, but
it's not probably. It is. It's like 100% fraud. They're literally creating shell companies and selling their products to themselves.
Yeah, but the businesses are actually producing stuff. The ones, or the video I saw where they were linking all the different companies that they like fucking snake themselves to. Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you can swear. It's fine.
They do actually do stuff. Like they are actually doing stuff, and it's not just within themselves. They also do work with other businesses too.
No, there's real revenue. I'm not saying that all their revenue is fake, but they are creating, like, if you build a shell company and then you take that shell company and you order $100 million worth of GPUs, you
just promise. Yeah, you don't actually. Have them,
did you actually? Yeah, did you actually make money? No, but on the balance sheet, does it look like you made money? Yes. The broader point though on all of this is, again, and I think this is the question that maybe it shouldn't be directed at you and I, because I don't think you nor myself would say like we're an expert, but I'm going to the experts and I'm looking consistently like what's the end of this? When they say that AI is the future, when they say we have to win this race, I just asking the question as to why. What's the benefit? And I don't think that they're giving good answers.
Oh well, if we do win, if we do actually like, so what they're doing is trying to be like the first ones. I know it's a long shot because China like this is their strength. Like it's in their strength. They're computer geeks. They're really focused. They have hard work, good work ethic. And they're open. Like they're not as capitalist. So like they're more willing to have like all the open source stuff and share things. But like if we do actually win, if somehow we were to win the quote unquote race, and we were the ones that were like the primary manufacturers or the producers, like you know how we're a service economy, if we were like the producers of whatever,
but that's not how it works. I don't even know what winning means. Like like if you look back at history, you look back at the space race, right? There was this race between us.
That was just a dick measuring contest.
Yeah, but I think that's what this is too. Because if China if China is innovating faster than us, what will we do in response? We'll try and innovate faster than China. It's not like there's an end. There's no end where somebody wins.
Look. So it would be kind of like an in between the internet thing and the Industrial Revolution. Like that, the Industrial Revolution race, because we were the first ones, and we got lucky enough that a bunch of other countries were destroyed. We were like the big manufacturers. We had it booming, and we were trading with all the other countries. Like they were buying from us, and we got lucky. We did the Monroe. Was it the Monroe or the Marshall? No, the Marshall Plan, I think. The Marshall Plan, and then we helped grow France and Germany and the UK and all the European countries. I think it was like 13 other countries, and we only spent $162 billion. And the way they set it up, it was perfect, and they were invested in us instead of with Russia.
So let me ask you a question about that.
We were the ones.
Did Europe lose? Let's ask that question then. So obviously, like we industrialized faster.
No, Europe won. We won.
Okay, so if China wins, and we buy, if China wins and we buy from China, how did we lose? If the U.S. wins and China's buying from the U.S., did China lose?
Well, no, listen. We were helping the Europe and them get to the same place we were. We weren't helping everybody. We were helping Europe because we were trying to make sure Russia didn't come in, or any of the communist countries came in to like help them grow, and then they would be indebted to them, or not like literally, but like they
So
would
it's
owe a lot
about
to them if they were to help them out.
okay. So let me make sure I'm getting this right then. Let me make sure. So
maintaining polarity.
so you're saying that winning means that more people will buy from us, meaning we'll have more leverage.
Yeah, well, no, we'll just still be the biggest. We'll just have we'll still have the biggest GDP. Like we'll be the main like.
And how does that how does that materialize then as a benefit for you? So let's just say that let's use OpenAI for example. Let's say OpenAI becomes like the gold standard in AI technology, whatever that happens to be. Let's say that they're the leader, and that obviously that makes our GDP higher. How does that benefit you?
Okay, so look, so if it ends up all right, so growing our economy or our productivity by going like implementing it in businesses, however AI will be implemented in businesses, that would be the largest increase in productivity.
Okay, but let's talk about productivity. How's productivity measured when we're talking about it economically? Like generally, I know it's different for everybody, but
I think it's human hours divided by
it's output basically, right?
Revenue made.
It's output versus how much you
human hour.
Yeah, it's basically output versus what you paid to get that output, right?
Well, productivity is the human input.
Okay, but wouldn't AI change that?
Output.
But if AI is going to increase productivity, hold on. Let me just ask the question. If AI is going to increase productivity, it's not doing it with human input, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the way they're saying it and the way it's working now is not completely replacing humans. It
is in some places. It is replacing some jobs.
Right. Look. It's integrating mainly, and the jobs that it is replacing are they're not really, some of them are, and it's crazy because it's actually a lot of white collar jobs that are going to be the ones like actually like fully replaced. But anyway.
Okay, so
if it does,
again, the impact here, it seems to be what you're saying here is that right now it's getting rid of some jobs. Eventually, if we win this race and it does everything, it's going to replace a ton of jobs. What are we going to do with all these people?
Listen, so when the Industrial Revolution happened, they had the same problems and things. At first, it was bad. They thought it was going to be really bad. It put a lot of people out of work, but it creates different jobs, like more jobs.
What kind of jobs would it create?
I don't know, but they didn't know that either. They were like people.
Sure, they did.
They were.
Sure, they did.
No, they didn't. They really didn't. There was like they were really scared. Like it was a bunch of different countries. It was horrible. Like the people thought that they were just going to be.
You're talking about like in America? You said
things got bad for everywhere. It was in America. I think it was in every country that as they were industrializing.
Give me an example of like a job that was destroyed that they didn't know what they were going to do with it. Can you think of one?
I don't remember, but I know that there were jobs that happened with in the factories.
So I would say that like people were like
it really just changed different types of jobs. Like they just had to get different jobs. Like
okay, but this is the point. But this is the point, right? Again, you're not an expert. I'm not an expert. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's not on us. No, who's telling us what's going to happen with these people that lose their jobs? What's the plan?
But check this out. So
no, you got to ask that. You got to answer my question first, real quick. Who is giving an answer to this?
If everybody loses their job, they're going to have to do a UBI.
No. Who is giving an answer to this? That's what I'm asking. Who of these people that are in charge?
Oh, nobody. A lot of them are ignoring it or don't want to talk about it.
Okay.
I think it was Jerome Powell. Maybe I think he was talking about it.
So we just have to trust that they're going. So we just have to trust that these people, because again, it's one thing if this was the government running this AI, right? And the government was saying, we're going to collect all this revenue from these AI companies and it's going to replace your jobs. And then we're going to take that revenue and we're going to give it to you. This is different than that. This is saying the revenue is going to go to all these private companies and they have no plan with your jobs. So how are we going to get who's going to give us UBI? How are we going to get UBI? Do we have to trust Sam Altman to give us UBI?
No. Okay, so I think right now at this point, I think they should 100% have people. I don't even know if this is true. I don't know if they're doing this. I don't know if anybody would be doing this right now, but they should be having plans or like having committees thinking about what they're going to do. At least having a plan, starting a plan. But nothing's happened. Like, it hasn't really happened on a big scale yet. If it were to happen like that, I would hope and pray immediately that they would like have a plan to implement. But the government would have to step in then, but they can't step in now and like take control over them and take all the revenue in.
So you're saying once these
some,
companies get the technology, you expect the government to seize their businesses?
No, they have to. Not seize them, but if it were to be to the point that puts enough people out of work and doesn't create new jobs instead, and actually puts them out of work where there's nothing for them to do, well, then and nothing, they can't figure out what to do, like what to switch over to from there, like service economy or like a creative economy. Like, I don't think that don't make sense to me. I don't think that could be possible.
All right, so let me just counter something for you. And you said you've watched this show. Hold on, brother. You talk for a while. Just let me make a counter. Did you want to finish that point? You can finish real quick.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Sam Altman, Elon Musk, all of these people for decades now have been giving speeches about how democracy is a failed experiment, and that what they need to do is they need to replace democracy with an oligarchy. And they have said specifically, the only way to get to oligarchy is through democracy. So we have to get so much influence over the government, and we have to win the people's minds over. So democratically, we control the government, and then we can turn it into an oligarchy. So the problem that I have here is these people who Donald Trump is funneling money to are saying, we're going to take all of your jobs. They're also saying publicly, very publicly, that they want to undo democracy, that they want to rule with a tech oligarchy, a technocracy, and that they will be kind and they will be generous and they will make sure everybody's taken care of. There's literally a plan from what's his name? The guy that they all think is the problem. Curtis Yarvin. Thank you, Curtis Yarvin. You've probably read about his plan for the cities, like the Reds, the Grays, and the Blues, right? And they are on record saying that they will create a society. Those who are on board with them, they will be taken care of. The Grays, the people who weren't on board with them, they will be allowed, but they will be second-class citizens. And the Blues, which obviously like red and blue, you can figure out who the Blues are. That's me. We won't be allowed. So they're planning on cutting off everybody who doesn't agree with them and having an oligarchy. That is their actual plan. If somebody has that plan, it's like this magic that Donald Trump has, that he's just like creating a pathway forward for them to accomplish their goals. And if we bring it up, Republicans get mad.
Well, no, I've never heard him say that. I believe, like, that's so crazy. I've never heard this, but I think Mark Andreessen, he seems like maybe he could that would make sense for him. And then when you were just talking about that, the only thing I could think of was Curtis Yarvin, because he's the only person I've ever heard say anything crazy like that.
But both Mark Andreessen and Peter Thiel have said he's like a prophet. He's our thought leader. They're taking.
Let's say that about Curtis Yarvin.
Yes.
Carter, them motherfuckers crazy.
Yeah, they're all crazy. They're all fucking crazy, man. Mark Zuckerberg, crazy. All of these people are crazy.
Well, I think most of them have good intentions.
No, they don't. They want to have they want an oligarchy. They do not have good intentions. They want an oligarchy.
So what are you talking about? The how they said they want to take all like is there somebody I can listen, like somebody laying this out that I can listen to?
Yeah,
like, or is it just Curtis Yarvin?
Yeah, let me pull it up.
I mean, but like, have they said it? These guys in particular, have they said it?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up. You can look up. I'm trying to find this. Well, this is there's a Vox article that goes over this called. The title is "Curtis Yarvin Wants American Democracy Toppled."
I can't put a lot of like faith in Vox. I'll listen.
That's fine. You can. They're citing him, so you don't even have to read the article. Just they link to his clips. You can go watch him yourself.
Okay. I believe it then. So, but look. All right. So, say
one more thing. Hold on. One more piece. One more piece to this. If you look at collectively what these oligarchs are doing, they realize that their path to control comes through like this alt-right movement. They're also all these protests, all these videos you're seeing that are coming out of Europe that are talking about the Islamophobia videos. They're funding all of that too. And they're actively using the government right now to try and force European countries to allow them to continue this propaganda campaign. It's not just about America. There's a reason that, like in Australia, in Europe, in Canada, in New Zealand, in majority white countries, there's a reason that all of them right now have movements that are talking about immigrants because they understand all of this. It was 15 years ago they were talking about buying Greenland. Nobody ever heard about somebody buying Greenland or taking control of Greenland. They did, and Trump never talked about it until they all gave him money and he was president. And now we're talking about taking control of Greenland.
Well, I don't know. This is weird, but I saw a video a couple months ago, but it was like dated back. It said 4 years underneath it, and somebody was talking about how strategic it would be to buy Greenland. I'd never heard. That was crazy, but I mean, somebody has, but that's beside the point. But that does make a lot more sense now that you said that about the, because like right-wing governments are more likely to not be strict on businesses, and all the left-wing governments are strict on them right now.
I would go a little further than that. For people who are capitalists, and I'm fine with people being capitalists, you have to understand the drive behind capitalism. The drive is to get as much money as you can. So if you're talking real quick, so if you're talking about the leaders and the people that are preaching capitalism, these people are incentivized by money. Who has the money? These oligarchs do. Yeah. What did they do to amass this wealth? Was it because they built great companies? Not really. Like Elon Musk. Elon Musk's wealth is mostly hype. OpenAI's wealth is mostly hype. Nvidia's wealth is mostly hype.
All the extreme wealth, but they really, all of them had super good businesses. They were super smart, had a lot of drive.
No, they worked together. They worked together, and they pumped each other's businesses up. And they went on like social media campaigns and media blitzes, and they built these companies into the bloated stage that they're at now. Like
what company? So which companies were,
Tesla
didn't actually have anything yet?
Tesla. Let me explain.
Yeah, he went in there. They were a felon business, and he took them. Where they weren't, like, they were about to go bankrupt.
Okay, but
now he just got $56 billion payout.
Yeah,
I think out of all of them, Elon Musk is the smartest.
Hold on though. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they're dumb. I'm saying they're corrupt.
I'm talking about he's actually doing stuff.
I understand, but I'm not saying contributing. I understand, but who makes more money? Like, which company has more revenue? GM or Tesla?
Like profit?
Yeah.
Or revenue? Period.
Profit.
I would say GM, but
yeah, GM's about 3.5 times what Tesla makes. Do you know what GM's stock price is?
Like probably $100.
I think it's less. Let me look real quick where they're at right now. $82. So they do 3.5 times the revenue of Tesla. What's Tesla's stock price?
Well, it's also the capex compared to the.
No, what's their stock price?
I don't know.
$458 a share.
Well, it could still be a lot, but
that's
relative. To
what I'm saying. Yeah, this is the point that This is the point I'm getting at. They don't have the revenue to back up that valuation. None of these companies do. It's all fake money. It's funny money. And they've used they invest in each other, and they do these big marketing campaigns, and they generate hype, and they get people to invest to drive up their stock price. And then they use their stock as leverage to take control. Elon Musk, despite his company not being nearly as valuable as his stock price, was able to buy and control a social media platform using $0 of his own money. He leveraged his Tesla stock to buy Twitter, and now he controls narratives. Now he can push out whatever he wants. And that's why he's pushing back against Brazil and the UK and France, because they're saying, no, dude, you can't just buy your way into power. You can't just buy influence. You can't just control these narratives because you have money. And he's using J.D. Vance and Donald Trump to now put pressure on these other countries to allow him to do what he did here to their countries. And they're standing up and saying no. That's the point. And the reason they got to these massive valuations is because they worked together. They've sold themselves as brilliant. They've sold themselves as innovators, despite the fact sort of BYD makes better products than Tesla. Tesla makes good products, but they're not worth nearly what they say they are. And whether you think they're a good company or not, they're not worth nearly what their value is. And because they have so much value, Elon Musk has been able to leverage the value from that stock and buy influence. And now Trump and all these people in the same circle, they're all buying up all the media companies, all the social media companies. Like as soon as the Oracle deal went through, every day I get flagged from TikTok. Every day. I've been virtually demonetized from TikTok because they don't like what I have to say. They don't even have to follow me. They can just put in regulations. They're controlling the narrative now. Yesterday, that kid in Minnesota, the story breaks that has been out for a year. We've all known this story. I've covered it for months, but you guys never see it because Elon controls your maybe not you, but for most people, he controls what you see. The story about the fraud in Minnesota.
Oh.
Yeah. Suddenly that's the biggest story in the world. And it just happens to come at the same time that the Epstein files are being released. Elon, by himself, can get an entire country to pay attention to something else.
Bro, but you got so who
part
had
of their
control
plan.
over it? Who had control over X before he did?
Well, there was
somebody else.
Well, it wasn't in the same way.
Yeah, they could do what they want with it. They owned the company.
They could, but what they weren't doing is they weren't setting the algorithm to gain power so that they could take over the country and end democracy.
Not as blatantly.
No. Jack Dorsey didn't want to have a technocracy.
They were meeting. They had meetings with Joe Biden. They had the meetings with Joe Biden every single election every time an election cycle came by. In 2020, they were meeting with them. They had I just saw it today, the release of the back from the Hunter Biden thing. But when they got the files for the Hunter Biden thing, they were doing it again in 2022.
But what they weren't doing is suppressing real stories.
Yeah, it was. They literally did.
Excuse me. You didn't let me finish yet, right? What they weren't doing is suppressing real stories about corruption from Joe Biden and deflecting. What story got suppressed?
So the Hunter Biden laptop, and then in 2022.
Hold on, let's stay there. Let's stay there. No, now we have to stay here because now we're getting into a place where we're doing whataboutism that's incorrect. The Hunter Biden laptop cover-up is excuse me. I'll explain it to you. It was an article that had come out, I think, in the New York Times. Just let me explain.
No,
it was 51 intelligence agents, and in that letter, they didn't say that Hunter Biden's laptop wasn't real. They didn't say that it was fake. They didn't even say the story was fake. What they said is the source for this story is a single person, and that single person is Rudy Giuliani. Before you post this, basically what Facebook did is said, we need another source. Before we're going to allow this story to circulate, there has to be a second source. By the next morning, there were multiple sources, and that story went out. It was suppressed for less than 24 hours, right. just while they waited for a second source. It didn't deny that the laptop was real. It didn't deny the existence of the laptop. The story simply said, this looks like Russian propaganda because it's mostly being circulated by Russians, and you should get a second source. That was the entire story. And the reason, again, why Elon Musk made this story a big story, the reason that he did the Twitter files, the reason that Republicans are pushing this, the reason it's so prevalent online is because they want you to talk about that so you don't pay attention to what they're actually doing, or you justify what they're actually doing, which is that they're using their platforms to end democracy, and they've stated it on the record. I would ask you, is there a single Republican that you can think of that has ever mentioned that all of these people want to end democracy?
Who wants to end democracy?
Elon Musk, Curtis Yarvin, Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen.
I've only heard Yarvin say that. I've never heard any other people say that. I've never heard Elon Musk say that.
Have you ever heard a Republican bring up the fact?
I've heard Democrats say that.
That's what I'm asking you. Have you ever heard a Republican
say that they want to end democracy? No.
Yeah. Why do you think that is?
I think Nick
Why do you
Fuentes.
Why do you think that is?
Because they don't want to end democracy because we're a constitutional
Who doesn't?
republic.
No. The Republicans don't want to end democracy. Why aren't they telling you that these people want to end democracy?
Because I don't think they know.
Why don't they know? We're getting there. Why don't they know?
They're dumbasses.
Why else don't they know? No, I don't even think it's necessarily that. There's a lot of smart people on the right. Why don't they know?
I don't know. I don't think they think
their algorithm doesn't show it to them.
Well, your algorithm shows you what you want to see, like the type of stuff that it thinks you want to see,
or what they want you to see.
You know, you can, but it isn't X's isn't theirs open source? I think. That's what I like about Elon Musk. He makes all his guys make his stuff open source.
It might be
X isn't open source. You can't look at the code.
You can look at the code, but you can't see what they're doing to the code.
Yeah, you can see the code.
No, I don't
see how it works.
Let's look real quick.
I know you could. I'm almost positive you were able to.
Part of it, not all of it.
Okay. Well, I don't like how it pushes, but like he wasn't the one that started it. Like they didn't start where it pushes what you want to see. I don't like that.
I'm not asking. It's not about who started it, right? Like all of this stuff exists.
I'm just saying,
and social media. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Social media absolutely can manipulate what you see. Social media companies on the left absolutely shut down a bunch of, not even on the left, all social media companies absolutely shut down what they viewed as misinformation about COVID. I tend to agree with them. We could argue that, but that's for a different day. The difference between this and that is that these people have an actual stated goal to end democracy, and they've bought the government. These people that are running, they all have jobs in this administration. Elon Musk got access to all of our records, and he downloaded it. And some of it was downloaded to Russia. We don't even know why. We've never even had an investigation into that. So they have this stated goal to end democracy.
You can download to Russia.
So when they went into, I believe it was the IRS, there was within like a minute of changing the password, there was a login from Russia within 1 minute with the new password.
Was it like a security breach?
Well, they said it was a security breach, but it looks like somebody in Russia somehow had the new logins and passwords within a minute of them changing them. We never even.
Well, I mean, they could just have they could have just had like a constant.
We should probably investigate that, right?
Yeah.
Why haven't we?
I don't know. How do you know?
You know why? Yes, I do know that.
How do you know that they're not?
Because they would have announced that investigation.
Well, not necessarily. If it's like a national security risk, they might not announce it. I have no doubt that they.
Have they removed any? Did they remove anybody?
They wouldn't have to remove anybody if it wasn't nobody's fault. Like the way that so the way those countries work, the people that are hacking,
you're placing a lot of trust in the government right now. They're not answering any of your questions, and you're placing a lot of trust in them. And I get it. I don't think people want to believe that this is actually happening, but it's happening. And they're using AI to do it. And by the way,
the government gets hacked all the time. Like our government got hacked. I think it was like 3.
Our government does get hacked all the time, but it's not usually because some tech oligarch and his dipshit cronies don't know what they're doing or are corrupt.
They were trying to
no, they
get rid of fraud.
No, they weren't.
And they were making things more efficient.
Weren't.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't.
How do you know that?
Because I saw their record. I saw what they did.
No, they're still going right now. They're
not. Doge doesn't exist anymore. No, it's rolled up back to where it was. No. It doesn't exist anymore.
But the people are still there. There's some people that are still there.
Some people are still there. Elon went in and got access to everything. Elon literally saw everything.
Yeah, and
he saw all the counter.
He had to leave.
I don't give a fuck about that. Honestly, I don't give it. Sorry that people burned his cars. They shouldn't have done that.
No, I'm just saying that's why he left.
Sure,
and
sure.
He was taking.
I still don't care. Wait. I still don't care. Why are you so dedicated to defending Elon Musk and these oligarchs?
Well, but you take the maximalist position. I know. It's
what position am I taking?
You know a lot more about.
Wait, what position is this maximalist position? I'm using their words.
Listen. I'm saying, but you're taking the maximalist position that they're doing the bad thing.
I'm taking their words.
The worst thing,
the source is
them. But they didn't say it. He didn't say that he was gonna take all that information from the from the government and use it to do certain things.
I didn't
and let
say.
Russia
Well,
like,
I didn't say what he did with it.
assume the worst.
Wait, hold on. I didn't say what he did with it. I said
But you're
he took
assuming the
it.
worst.
I said he took it, and we don't know what he did with it. That's accurate.
Yes, they used it. They were using
Okay,
it.
so I'm not taking the maximalist position. I'm not saying what he did with it. I'm simply saying he has it, and I don't know why. But I do know that he wants to end democracy, and that's a problem.
Why do you think Elon Musk wants to end democracy?
Because he is a power-hungry psychopath.
So are the Democrats. They don't. That more.
I don't
likely-
care. Wait, but hold on. They're not saying that they want to end democracy.
Yeah, they.
Who?
I read a poll today. I think it's by it's like a 30 point margin between Republicans and Democrats. The people who say that they want democracy. That democracy is a good idea. That democracy is a good idea. Capitalism is a good idea.
Capitalism and democracy are not opposites. Democracy is the way that you
but you can't
vote.
have they want communism, and you can't have democracy.
Nobody. There's not a single Democrat that is elected that is a communist. There are zero communists.
Their constituents do, and there's people that are trying to, and they have the Democrats.
Sure, communists exist in the same way libertarians exist.
They're just as bad, but regardless.
No, they're not just as bad. No, they're not. You don't get to play this game. You don't get to play this game. Nobody from the left has come in and said, I want to end democracy. And the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to buy off all these politicians. No. I'm going to put all of these people in control of the government. And we are going to, from inside, undo democracy.
That's crazy. That's crazy you say that.
Who's done
it? That's how do you think the institution, during what was it? The Cold War and after World War II, all of the Frankfurt School and all them people coming over, and all the Marxists infiltrating the colleges. I mean, it was literally a video.
Did any of them try and end democracy?
No, they're trying to do it from the inside.
Who tried to do this? Do you have a name?
What's the Democrats' do
you have a name? You talking about George Soros?
Russia, the USSR. No, maybe him too. I don't know who.
Well, he hasn't even tried to do that. In fact, if you're worried about George Soros, you should worry about his protege. Do you know who George Soros trusted more than anybody? Trusted so much that he ran his London office. Who was his right-hand man?
I don't know about George Soros.
Do you know who his right-hand man was for 20 years?
No.
Scott Bessent. You know who Scott Bessent is?
The Treasury
Secretary.
Yeah, Treasury.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about.
So even the George Soros boogeyman is in this administration. It's full of boogeymen.
I never said George Soros was a boogeyman.
You said maybe, but he's still. But Soros is still pro democracy. Look, here's the reality.
Bro, Democrats.
Just real quick. Hold on. There is nobody who is going to fund. There's no rich person who is going to fund a left-wing movement, because left-wingers, people who are actually on the left, want more parity. They want to tax rich people. They want to tax rich people more. They want the government to step in with things like healthcare and education. Who the fuck would fund that? Just think about it. Why would a billionaire fund to lose all their money?
How much? Wait, hold on. So how much in the 2024 election? How much did Kamala Harris raise? How much did she spend?
Like $1 billion, something like that.
1.5. I think it was $2 billion. Actually, ended up being.
Could have been
$2 billion. How much? Yeah, it was 3 times.
And who was the major donor? And who was the major donor that said, "I'm giving you this money"? And on the record, they had a stated goal to end democracy. Who was it?
No, I don't know.
Okay, but who were the donors that have stated that they want to end democracy that gave money to Trump? All of them. The entire tech oligarchy. The entire oligarchy did it.
I've not heard them say they want to end democracy, and we're not a democracy anyway. I don't believe in democracy.
You don't believe in?
No, I believe in a constitutional republic.
That's a democracy. You silly goose. Yes, it is. No, it's a form of democracy. Yes, democracy takes different.
But it's not really democracy.
It really is democracy. It's democracy.
But it's not literally democracy.
It's literally democracy. Democracy has different. Democracy has different forms depending on the structure of your constitution.
It's just a representative.
What you're trying to say is it's not a direct democracy, but it is still.
Not a direct democracy.
But a direct democracy is like a representative republic. It's a form of democracy.
Still, I've never heard them say they want to end. They never say they want to end democracy.
All right, let me pull it
Except
up.
for Curtis Yarvin. That's bad. That's I'm glad you.
Have you read the techno?
Have you read
the Techno Optimist Manifesto?
No, but
Okay.
I've not heard all this stuff.
All right.
It makes a lot more sense about how all this shit when Europe, with the funding all the European stuff.
Okay, well, Mark Andreessen wrote something called the tech what's it called? The tech. Now I just techno. How did I lose that already? Optimist Manifesto. Thank you. I was reading at the same time. And the idea of that is that ruling will be done by the few, by the rich and the powerful. You can go read it.
The WEF. And hey, so
the WEF doesn't listen. The WEF doesn't run our country. We're not going to the WEF.
They're globalists.
The globalists, brother. Listen. The globalists are exactly what Mark Andreessen, Peter Thiel, and Elon Musk are doing right now. They've consolidated wealth and they're expanding global power. The globalists are a group, right? They're not. It's a group of people who want
ideology.
Yeah, that globally they want power, which is exactly what these guys are doing. If there was a group of people from the WEF who bought up all the spots in Joe Biden's administration and who were on the record saying they wanted to end democracy and were pushing through policy where their companies got government subsidies and the entire economy was riding on those companies existing, and they convinced millions of Americans like yourself that somehow their companies winning the AI war was imperative to the future success of this country, then we would have a discussion. But that's never that hasn't happened. So I'm not going to go down.
Yes, I'm not going to. That was the whole green stuff. They tried to get the
renewable energy. You think renewable energy?
That's what all that stuff was. That's what all of that stuff was.
No, renewable energy is cheap and it's renewable and it solves a problem.
No, and it's not. No. So why not do?
No, we're not doing renewable. You can't leave.
Nuclear.
You can't. Well, most people that support green energy, like myself, most people that support green energy also support nuclear.
No, but they wouldn't let you do that.
Yes, they will. It's another lie. No, we're going back to this. That's another. We're not going down that road. You can call in another time and we can go down that road and we'll walk through all of that. I just want to point out that this conversation started.
They just weren't good at it. They just didn't do a good job.
Well, I wanted to start out with this conversation started with what benefit will we get from AI? Us, like nobody knows. Who's
okay? So
and then it went. Hold on, just let me keep going. And then it went to who's behind this AI dominance. And it's all these people who want to end democracy, and they have bought up this administration. Can we at least? Well, you can go read you can go read what they've. In fact, you can DM me. I'll send you link after link after link. You can read it, and if you disagree with me, you can come back and say it. Let's just assume, for conversation's sake, that I'm right, just for a second. Understanding that you're going to read this and decide for yourself. So this doesn't mean that in the future you have to admit that I'm right. But let's just say for now that what I'm saying to you is true. Is that not alarming? If what I'm saying, okay,
yes, that is crazy, and fuck the techno bros. If this is all true, that is crazy. That's crazy. You blew my mind.
Well, look, do you see my username here in the chat?
This was gonna go a different way. I was gonna talk about. I really called to talk about Charlie Kirk.
Well, but look, I'll give you 5 more minutes to talk about Charlie Kirk. You want 5 more?
Well, no. All
right.
No. One little thing. So if we don't do it, and China, why does China want to win? Why are they racing so hard to do it? I
don't know that China has like this same level of desire to win.
Yeah, I mean, they're going hard. They're going hard for it.
Yeah, but they're not doing it in the same way. I think that AI is useful. I use it a lot for research. I think the difference between China and what we're doing is China seems to be directing their AI innovation into certain sectors, and they're doing it like
they're doing robots and.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're specific sectors. And in America, we don't seem to have a direction. In America, all of our leaders are just saying, we just got to keep giving them money. But
that's because we are.
Yeah, so China seems to be doing.
That's because we're a constitutional republic, and they're they have more control over what they can make their people do. And that's just a disadvantage for us.
No, it's also that's that could be why hold on, maybe even if that's true, they have a direction and we don't.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm concerned.
not a
So
good thing, yeah.
our economy likely is going to crash. People are going to lose homes. They're going to lose
Probably,
retirement
it's
accounts.
possible, yeah.
Almost certainly, it's going to crash. Actually, there's almost no economist that thinks this isn't going to lead. That this isn't a massive bubble that's about to crash. So as much as Americans are struggling now, they're going to struggle even more. And the solution from this administration for this impending doom is to keep funneling money to these same people who don't seem to have a plan.
So if they don't do it, and China does it, and they win instead,
who cares?
Everything's
How does
still
it
going to
hurt
happen.
us? How does it hurt us if China wins?
Because all of the stuff's still going to be implemented, but it's just going to be coming from China.
What do you mean all this stuff's going to be implemented?
Like it's still going to happen. The AI integration with businesses and
no, because then
replacing jobs. If that's going to
that,
happen, it's going to happen regardless.
Yeah, but at that point,
the one who brings it in.
Sure, but it would be regulated, right? Because we don't trust them.
No, it would still be used because that's the only way to.
Hold on. I agree with you. It would be used. Do you think our Congress would heavily regulate that?
I think they would heavily regulate it if we got it. If we were the ones to win.
So why? No,
But
we're not.
right,
We're
it
not
happened
having.
faster.
We're deregulating. So this is the problem that I have. This is the problem that I have. I don't trust China. I don't trust China. I don't trust these guys just as much. Our solution to China is regulate. Our solution for these guys is let them do whatever the fuck they want.
But I understand that. I understand. But that's because we have to. It's a race. Like we have to.
No, we don't have to. No, we don't have to.
So you're cool with China becoming the superpower and us.
China's already going to be the superpower. We're going to lose that already.
It could happen.
No, it's going to happen. Donald Trump has sealed our fate. Unless we become a military superpower where we start forcing people to do what where we force people to do what we want at the threat of our military, that's the only chance we have. But Donald Trump has decimated our trade. China has undone.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has. China has
undone. No, we had a surplus. Okay.
Yeah, not inputs. Like Canada right now. Canada just yesterday, Canada is announcing that they are trying to replace their contracts with the United States with anybody else, including China. China used to.
Yeah, you know why?
China used to export. China used to export 20% of their goods to us. It's down to nearly 10% now. They've seen this coming, and Trump has accelerated that. And all these contracts we abandoned in Africa and in South America with USAID, where Elon Musk thought he was doing this great thing, China went right in and they swooped up those contracts, and now those people are loyal to China. And if we were just doing this, if I couldn't give you country names. If you didn't know, if I just had to give you a blind resume and I was going to say which one of these countries is going to be your trading partner, there is not a person on earth, not a country on earth that would choose the United States. The United States invades other countries. We're actively undermining their democracies. We are using our Europe, South America. We are trying.
Who is?
Donald Trump, on behalf of these I've already explained this, but on behalf of Elon Musk, J.D. Vance and Donald Trump are now threatening these countries that if they don't let Elon Musk do what he wants with his social media companies and spew misinformation and drive cultural divide, that we will stop trading with them. And they look at China, and whatever you want to say about how buttoned up China is, look at TikTok. If you have TikTok in China, it's very buttoned up. Do they give a fuck about moderation in America? No, they allowed us to. They allow us. They allow and they allow everybody else to moderate however the fuck they want. So other countries are fine getting stuff from China because they're like, well, China's not going to dictate what we have to do. They're not going to threaten us in the way the United States does. They're not invading other countries. Well, we're talking blind. Okay, who did China invade? Who did China invade?
They fucked over. They're invading them with their money by the loans that they give them.
Who did China invade?
Japan, in between Japan, or no, Taiwan, and they're doing all this.
Wait, no, they're just circling Taiwan, right?
I'm saying they're doing all those islands, the man-made islands, and look,
and what are we? And are we doing the same thing?
No, we're not building.
Okay, so we don't. So we don't. So we're not. We're not
outside of the world.
currently running military operations outside of Taiwan to make sure that Taiwan stays our partner, because Taiwan happens to be the number one like semiconductor provider, and China is also doing the same game. We're not playing the same game as them.
Yeah, because they're well. Listen.
Okay, so those are the same. Let's talk. So those are the same. Now let's talk about the other countries. Let's talk about why would Canada want to trade? Why would Canada be actively looking for contracts with China instead of us?
Baby back bitches. They're a bunch of baby back bitches that
and
then about Trump.
Yeah,
and we're upset about Trump because
because Trump slaps tariffs on them for no fucking reason.
No, it wasn't for no reason.
What did we get out of it?
Their companies are coming to America, and they're supposed to relax trade restrictions.
We didn't have trade restrictions. Canada didn't have trade restrictions on us.
Yes, they
had levels.
They were small, but
they had levels where if a certain amount of stuff was imported after a certain level, then it would get tariffs, and less than 2% of goods that ever even met that threshold. And we have those the same. The problem that we have here is you guys still think Donald Trump's not a fucking idiot.
One second.
No, hold on. Real quick, hold on. You admitted that Canada and other countries are looking at China. Now, you can say that they're baby back bitches, and that's fine. You can hold that opinion, but the reality is they're leaving, and we can disagree on why. We can disagree on why they're refusing. Hold on. We can disagree on why they are choosing not to do trade with the United States anymore. But the reality is that countries are trying to not trade with the United States right now, and they are fleeing to China. However you want to spin that, that's fine. Down. But Donald Trump fucked that up.
Are not going down.
What's that?
Our exports are not going down.
They are going down. Yes, they are.
Okay, so look, hold on. So the very last year that Trump was in office, do you know what the trade difference between us and Canada was?
Trade deficit doesn't mean a goddamn thing.
No, yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So trade deficits don't fucking matter. This is another thing that
they do.
Let me explain why it doesn't matter. Where do you get your food? When you do you go to the grocery store to get food?
Yes.
What's your trade deficit with the grocery store?
That's different.
It's not different. It's not different. And this is why we're so fucked. Because Donald Trump is talking. No, trade deficits don't fucking matter. What you have to if the trade deficit excuse me. If the trade deficit benefits you, it doesn't fucking matter. Trade deficits can be good, they can be bad. Donald Trump's views all
trade deficits are not
they're
good.
Great.
No, they're not. And
what's our trade deficit? Okay, do you like coffee? You drink coffee?
Yeah.
Okay, you like coffee?
Yeah.
Will we always have a trade deficit when it comes to coffee?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's good, right?
Is that a whole country?
That's good,
or is
right?
Listen, is that a whole country?
We don't grow coffee.
Yeah, that is
okay.
One
so trade deficits can. So it's a benefit, right? You get coffee. Right. There's companies like Black Rifle that have created entire.
Saying, right?
No, you don't know what I'm saying. You don't know what I'm saying.
That is one product, not a whole
exactly.
Country,
so
everything they trade with us.
Exactly. And Donald Trump says trade deficits in general are a problem. They aren't a problem in general. No. They are only a problem when they're actually.
Country.
No.
Disparities with
it doesn't
the entire
matter.
Country.
You can have a trade deficit with the whole country, and it's beneficial.
That is when it's bad.
Why is it bad?
Explain
why it's bad.
It cannot be good.
Explain why it's bad.
Okay. During I think it was from the 60s to the 90s, that was the consensus that trade deficits are bad. Like that was the whole focus of what the
it wasn't.
Economists were writing about.
It wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No, nobody.
Just started back.
What economist said that?
I don't know specific economists, but that was what economists believe. That's
it wasn't.
The news report.
It wasn't.
And they just
it wasn't. No, you're just making this up. That's not true.
Okay.
Yeah, certainly you'd be able to cite a source if that was true, right?
No, I'm 24. I wasn't alive then, but I know that's what the governments, our government, that was their consensus.
Who? What members of our government said that?
The Democrats were the ones who wanted to put tariffs in.
Who? No. Tariffs aren't for trade deficits. Dude, tariffs aren't. No. Listen.
I've seen the video right now of Nancy Pelosi giving a. I'll send it to you right now. Nancy Pelosi giving a speech in Congress talking about how trade deficits with China, and it was only 2% then. It was like a 2% trade deficit. Now,
what was the trade
then
deficit
like
on? It matters what the trade deficit was on.
with the whole country. It was
well,
with
then
the
she's
whole
wrong
country.
too.
No.
If that video exists, she's also wrong.
No, because when a country
Yes.
is closing you out of their markets,
They're not
free
close.
trade
That's
is
not what
only-
a trade deficit is.
No, listen. But
That's
you're
not.
letting me
No,
finish.
listen.
Okay.
We have to explain
That's how
this.
you
We have
get
to
trade.
explain
That's
this.
the
No, we have to
manifestation of
explain
a
this.
trade.
We have to explain this basically.
No, that is the manifestation.
I don't
of
think
a
you
trade
understand
deficit.
what trade deficits are.
That is a manifestation.
It's not. It's just
No,
not.
listen. So, free trade. What is the good thing about free trade?
We don't have free trade.
We used to.
When?
Right when they first started doing the free trade stuff in the 90s, and when the
No, we
Democrats were the
didn't.
ones that were worried
there's
about it.
no
Yeah,
such
they
thing.
did.
There's no such thing as free trade. They've always, ever since I've been alive. I was born in '85. We've had trade restrictions my entire life.
Yeah,
We've never
there's
had
minor-
open. We've never had
minor
open free
trade
trade.
restrictions.
We've never
There's
had open.
minor-
You said since the '90s. You have to at some point.
Listen.
No, listen. No, you have to listen. You have to at some point acknowledge that what you're saying is wrong, and then listen.
not.
Yeah, because you just said we had free trade.
You're not letting me
since
finish the
You
whole
said we had
point.
free trade since the '90s. I said no, we didn't. You said yeah, but because that means we didn't have free trade in the '90s, right?
No, listen.
Right? Just say right, and then you could say what you have to say.
On the literal technical point of not 100% unfettered free trade, yes, correct.
Right.
But we had free trade as a practice. If a country cuts you out of certain or main or all of their the different industries,
What country
so that
cut us
they
out?
have the-
What country
Listen,
cut us out
listen,
completely?
that is why we.
I
grew
understand
so
what you're saying.
big.
You're long-winded. I just
Oh my
need
God,
examples.
Not let me finish.
I know, because I'm
During
gonna ask you for an example. I understand what you're saying. What country had us cut out completely?
China, not China.
Not China.
It's none of them have us cut out 100%, but out of whole industries. And to the point, listen. So in the 1940s,
Oh, no. You have to answer that question.
Listen,
no, you have to
listen,
answer the
let me
listen.
speak.
No, you have to.
Just
I'm giving you time to
I'm
speak.
gonna tell you,
But when you
no,
have
you
time
haven't.
to
You cut me
when you
off
have time to
anytime I say one
listen,
part,
relax,
and
bud.
you don't let
Relax.
the next
Relax.
part
Hey,
that puts
hey,
it all together. No,
hey,
just let me say
relax.
this one
No.
thing.
Shh. Relax.
Oh my God.
You are welcome to speak,
Bro.
but when I ask you a question, you can't just say whatever the fuck you want. You have to answer the question first. So are we
But
going?
you don't let me finish the whole point.
No, you said you don't know any countries that had us cut out completely, right?
I know countries that have us cut out completely in industries.
Okay. Do we cut out
Important industries
and do
are.
we cut out countries completely in industries?
No, we haven't. We
You're
are
wrong.
now. We're
Okay.
trying
So
to, that they
so
level
wait,
the
hold on.
fucking
So hold
playing
on.
field,
Hold
because
on.
That is a smart
on.
thing to do.
Hold on. How many during the Biden administration? How many Chinese electric vehicles were allowed in this country without tariffs?
0.
So I guess we do it too.
Yes, we have, and it's a good thing. We
Okay,
cut
so
them out. So
I need
that
you
we
to
can
say.
level the playing
I need you
field.
to say.
Donald Trump
Hold on.
implemented-
I need you to say that just barely when you said we don't do that, and now you're admitting that we do that you were wrong. So
We don't cut whole countries off. We do it so that
Yes,
we
we
can
do.
get them to have it parity.
Wait,
we can't just let
wait.
one country cut us out and us not retaliate.
Again, we
That
now,
is to get
now
things
we're going
on a fair
backwards.
playing field.
What country cut us out entirely?
In the industry, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so don't we do that too? Do we have to redo this? We just had this argument.
Yeah, we do it. That's
Okay,
the whole
okay.
point.
And
of
you
Trump
said we.
tariffs.
And you
That
said
was
we.
the whole point.
Okay.
When he brought
Great.
that
So when
stupid
Trump,
list
so
that
when
he brought
Trump's,
out,
so
that
when
was
Trump,
what that list was.
so when Trump slapped tariffs on bananas, why did he do that?
I don't know why he slapped it on bananas. I know he slaps it on the
Why
whole
did he
country.
do it? Why did he do
or
it? Why did he
large
do it
areas
on?
get
Why
them
did
to
he
come
do it
to
on
the-
coffee?
Oh my God. I know he does it on the whole country, or that was literally so.
So we're the
we
only
can
ones.
get
So it
the
sounds like we're
playing
the
field
only ones that do
started
that.
back.
So wait.
No, we
so now
because Donald
so
Trump
now
said, "Fuck that."
so now
we
you've
don't need
pointed.
trade
So now
deficits.
you've pointed out that no other countries do it to us.
I
But we
said this.
hold on.
I just told you
hold
we
on.
do it to
hold
get
on.
parity.
Hold on. I just
You're
want to
not
make
letting me
sure.
finish,
I want to make
and
sure
I'm
that
saying
we're
the same thing
relax.
that I said.
Relax. So I just want to make sure we're clear.
Because you're not listening.
Well, I just want to make sure we'll recap. You'll get a chance. You said
That's the whole-
first you said that countries cut us out. Now we've agreed that no countries cut us out. Then you have admitted that
They do
that
cut us out, but they don't
entirely.
100% cut us out.
Entirely. Then you
they
have
do it to their
excuse me,
advantage. They do it
excuse
to
me,
where they get the
excuse me.
advantage.
Excuse me. Then,
because you're just
excuse
you're
me,
mischaracterizing.
excuse me. Then you said that we actually are the only ones who do that.
On the
And that
literal
would go
point,
back,
now
and
we
that
are the
would
only
go back
ones.
to my
You're
argument that, and that would
mischaracterizing
go
me,
back,
dude.
and that would go back to my argument that the
Dude, this-
reason that would go back to my argument that the reason
You're
people
debate
that,
you're a
that would
debate
go back
pervert
to
right
my
now, bro.
argument.
Why are you doing?
That would go back to my argument that the reason that people are fleeing the United States as a trading partner is because we don't operate in good faith.
How is that not good faith?
Because we do it to them, they don't do it to us.
We just started back doing it on the large scale.
We're the only ones that do
They
it.
have been systematically, bro.
Bruh.
They have been systematically. That is how in the 19. Okay, so I say this now. In the 1940s, how do we become a superpower?
In the 19.
How do we grow so much? After World War II,
yeah,
we
invested in industrialization.
You know, do you know why we that too? But do you know why we grew so much, and why we were able to do it to grow so fast?
Because we invested in
And
industrialization. Because we had very
That's not
high,
right.
and because we had really high progressive tax rates, so that
No, that's not true.
the rich people in this country were forced to
How
equally.
about maybe
Excuse me,
look it
if
up.
you're going to ask,
maybe look up the
I'm-
maybe look up the revenue that the United States made off of those taxes.
Hold on.
That's how we figured out what the Laffer curve was.
Hold on.
When they increased them and when they lowered them.
Excuse me.
You know what? The revenue
Excuse me.
didn't change. They
What
made
was-
the same amount.
Excuse me. What we increased? Yeah, the revenue was the same amount, but the people were better off.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were. When was the middle class at its biggest?
Not in the 1944 when
that's
it was the highest.
That's when it started. And then we had the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s, where the middle class, the reason that our country was the envy of the world is because we had the largest middle class.
You know why we grew so big?
And then that switched in about 1982 when Art
had-
Laffer
no,
and
no.
Ronald Reagan sold us this
No.
bullshit idea that we
No,
should
it
give
didn't.
more
It
money and
happened
power to the
under-
rich people.
No, you're wrong. It happened under Jimmy Carter.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't. You're talking about
Yes, it did.
You're
It
talking about
literally did.
you're talking about inflation now.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. So is inflation good for the economy? Is the
No,
middle
but we're
class
not
doing good
talking.
with
No,
high
but we're not
inflation
talking
and
about
low job.
Now you're being silly because you're just mixing up stories.
I'm mischaracterizing you. That's
No,
what
you're
doing to me
talking.
the whole
No,
time.
you're
Now,
no, you're changing the topic entirely. You asked me why we did well in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and I'm explaining it
No,
to
I
you.
said no.
We
no,
had
no.
a
I said, how
progressive.
did we blow up in the 40s? Because we had a trade surplus.
Yes,
with
because
every other country.
Why did we have a trade surplus?
Because we helped build them their countries up.
Were
and
they
got
able
fucked.
to build? Were they able to manufacture what we manufactured?
Look, yes, they were able to eventually, but because
No, at that time, stay with me. At that time,
not,
what would you have?
I think it took less than 10 years for
What
them
would
to
you
catch
have?
up.
What would you have thought of England during that time as they're rebuilding, and obviously America is doing a much better job mass producing things like steel. What would you think about leaders in England in the 60s and 70s if they viewed what was going on as their country was being rebuilt, if they said, we're not going to trade with the United States anymore because we have a trade deficit?
And they wouldn't have grown. You know why? Because their country was destroyed.
Well, why
at
wasn't
one
the
point.
trade deficit bad?
Because they didn't have an economy. They were fucked.
Okay,
They were coming from
so in this country,
they needed us.
So
That
in
was
this
why.
so in this country, where
That is
we
the whole
don't-
point of
so
why
in
we're
this,
trying to be the
so in
AI
this
leaders.
so in this country,
You're not letting me finish. That's
so
what I was
in
going to
this-
explain to you.
So in
that
this
you wouldn't have to do
country,
this.
where we don't produce pharmaceuticals, where we don't produce steel in the same way that we used to, where we haven't,
You know why we don't?
Where we haven't, yes, I do, but that's not the point. Where we haven't, where we offshored chip manufacturing, where we've been reliant on. Yes, I understand all of that was dumb.
Do you know why it happened?
But the reason we have a
We
trade,
had free
the
trade,
reason
and those industries didn't.
the reason we have a trade deficit on these products, and the reason that this accelerated after 1982 is because we let the rich people be in charge. And they looked at their manufacturing and they said, holy shit, we're making, let's say we're making 10% profit on this. If I ship my manufacturing to China or to India, we're going to make 50%. And all the stockholders went, yeah, more money for us. And so we excuse me. So because you asked how this worked. So we offshored all of those jobs because we gave control to all the richest people. And the problem I have with Donald Trump trying to reshore these jobs is his attempt to reshoring these jobs is giving all the power to those same rich
that's not true.
people. He's not reshoring it for me and you.
Yeah, they are.
We're
It's
not
working.
seeing a benefit from this.
Yes, they are.
We're
I
seeing
live in
it. Well,
Georgia.
then
I'm
explain.
moving to LaGrange because there's a plant moving up there.
Okay,
there's
but
one moving
hold on.
30
What are
minutes
you
down the road.
benefiting from that?
They are.
What are you benefiting
I
from
have
that?
I'm getting a good job. I'm getting paid more.
Okay,
And
what's
we're
America
having cars
benefiting?
built here.
Okay, great. When we
That
look at
benefits us.
hold on, when you look at the totality of America, are we going to reshore enough manufacturing jobs along with this push for AI that we're going to create more jobs or we're going to lose more jobs?
No, you know what we're gonna do?
Do
What
you know
Donald
the
Trump's
answer?
trying to
Do you know the answer to
bring
that question?
back?
Wait, hold on. Please just answer my question. Are we going to have a net positive job growth?
Yes,
How do you know that?
because if we are importing all of the national ones that could be national security risks, one that industries that we are having to go.
You should be citing data. You should be citing data right now. You should be citing the data that you looked. You should be citing the data that you're looking at right now that says, based on our future plans, we will have a net positive jobs in this country.
Okay, so chips. What's it called? The chips that we're getting from Thailand, we're importing. Those companies are coming here. Their businesses are coming here.
What? No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. They
What
have,
companies? What companies are coming
Taiwan. It's in Arizona. Maybe look it up. It's in
here?
Arizona.
Taiwan's not in Arizona.
No, Taiwan sent. I think it was like they sent a shit ton of their people over here, and they're building a fucking huge factory there.
Yeah,
they are.
Fun fact: I live in this. Fun fact: I live in this state.
Look it up. Just look.
Fun
it up.
fact: I live here. I live in Arizona. Fun fact number 2: that was due to the Chips and Science Act that Joe Biden signed. That had nothing to do with. That had nothing. That had nothing to do with Donald. Excuse me. Excuse me. That had nothing to do with Donald Trump's tariff policy.
$350 billion.
I acknowledge what I'm saying, please. You're giving Trump credit for something Joe Biden did, and then you're advocating for this
what
tariff
year did they
policy.
come? Did they come while Joe Biden was in office?
They
No,
announced that they would start construction in, I think, 2023. And they started construction in 2023. There's multiple plants. We have one that was up and running before Trump took office.
Yes, and the whole that whole $350 billion that I think was it $350 billion. That was all of the money in the chips. That was a good act. They did. That was good.
Great. So why are you trying to?
More.
Okay. So
no, I'm saying it wasn't. It's not as big. That's not the reason for coming. That's not the whole reason for the growth.
The question I asked you.
That's what I'm.
The question I asked you was Trump's policy. Is it going to bring back jobs? And you said, yes, it's going to bring back jobs. And I said, is it going to be a excuse me. And I said, is it going to be a net positive? And you said, yes. And I said, what's your data on that? You said, I don't have data, but look to Arizona and look at these
That's
big
one example.
Data. That has nothing to do with Trump's policies, bud. Stay with me. Yes, what Biden was doing made sense. What Trump's doing there's no data that suggests that he's bringing back manufacturing jobs. The manufacturing jobs that you just cited came back under Biden.
That's one particular job. There are companies.
Name the other ones. Name the other Taiwanese companies that are coming here.
I don't know the name. There's a Hyundai. There's a Hyundai plant. I don't know if it's Taiwan, but that was just one.
That's
example.
Korea.
There's a Hyundai plant.
That was Korea, and that was South Korea, and that was also under the Biden administration.
No, it's not.
And Trump has fucked that up. Now South Korea is putting a pause on that because they sent their people here to help us learn how to do this, and Trump rated them. And Trump rated them with ICE.
Yeah, they did get pissed about that one place, but it's still
so
the
Trump
place is still in
fucked up
operation.
Trump potentially fucked up a thing that Biden did.
He could have, maybe. It could have.
Again, but that was Joe Biden. That was Biden
but
again.
listen. Now, check this out. All the jobs that were there were China, the Korean people. Now, they
were training Americans. No, they were training.
No, they weren't.
No,
they were.
Brother, they were on visas. They were on visas. They were training Americans, and then they were going to leave. They were always temporary visas.
Well, now they're still just Americans. It didn't fuck it up.
No,
but there's another company. There's a company 30 minutes
South
down
Korea
the road
paused. South Korea put a pause on it.
Yeah, they were pissed. They said they were going to, but they're fine. They didn't.
No, they're not.
They were pissed, but they didn't. They didn't cancel it.
I didn't say they canceled. I said they paused it.
They didn't pause it. It's
they
operating
did.
right now. It's operating right now. No, they were upset, but
yes, but the people in Korea are saying that we're up in the air of whether or not we're going to come help you. So now we're behind schedule because of Donald Trump.
That wasn't because of Donald Trump. That's because that's our country's law.
Who put that law
And
in
somebody
place?
reported
Who put that
maybe
law?
lied.
No, excuse me. It's
a
our country's
Democrat.
it's our country's law that you can raid businesses and detain
Yeah,
people
for,
and excuse me
yeah,
and
they hired
excuse me
illegal
you didn't
workers.
hear the rest of the question. It's our country's law that you can raid a building and detain people who are here legally.
Yeah, you can detain.
What
actually,
law are you?
everybody
What
in there.
law are you
Yes,
citing?
listen, you
What
can
law are you
detain every.
citing?
If a business is running a illegal operation,
They weren't.
With, I know. I'm saying if a company is running one that employs illegal aliens, they can be detained while they
No.
if like somebody reports it.
No, if there are people working
yes,
illegally at my
yes,
company,
yes,
they
yes.
cannot detain me. No, they can't.
If your company specifically is hiring a bunch of
Okay,
illegal,
well, they
yeah,
weren't. But either way, this was Joe Biden.
They weren't.
Either
they
way,
weren't,
this
but that
is
is the
either
law.
way, this was Joe Biden. This is silly. Like I feel like we've gone on long enough.
I mean, but
I'll
that
give
is
you
the law.
I'll
You
give you the
can't
last
stop
word. You're welcome to come back another time.
I mean, there's no last word. You wouldn't let me finish. All I had to do was lay it out, and we ended up getting there in a roundabout way. But
Yeah, where did we end? What's the conclusion? What did we learn from this conversation?
I learned about that those tech people could be really bad guys. Sounds likely, but it sounds. But the thing is unfalsifiable as the Democrats, the conspiracies that the Republicans think about the Democrats.
Did we also learn that Donald Trump plays trade differently than any other country? That he's the only one that slapped unilateral tariffs on people? Did we learn that?
Yeah, that we're doing that to get parity.
Okay.
Yes.
Did we learn that trade surpluses? Did we learn that trade surpluses can be good or bad?
No, that's not true.
We didn't. So the trade
No,
surplus. So the trade deficits that we have with countries that might only would only
for countries that we cannot. For countries that, or for industries that we cannot do anything in, yes, but for countries,
okay,
that,
so they can be good. So they can be good or bad. That's what we learned that too.
No, trade deficits with countries cannot. That's what I was.
You just said that they can if the country only exports stuff that we don't make and we import it and we have a trade imbalance. Is that bad for us?
Yes, if our country has a trade whole trade deficit.
Why is it bad?
Trade deficit. Yes.
Well, why is it bad?
If our entire economy has a trade deficit.
No. Why is it bad?
Because for one, we have to get that would mean that we get almost over half of our import or our imports come from.
Let's just expand this
outside countries.
Let's just
not in America, that we can't make it in America. That's one reason why.
Let's just expand.
Another reason.
Let's just expand this so that you can understand why trade deficits are fine. And I'm going to go back to the grocery store. You have a trade deficit with the grocery store, right? Just stay with me. Just stay with me. Just stay with me. Just stay with me.
But that's not a good
Just
analogy.
stay with me. It will be. Just stay with me.
It's not a good analogy.
It is. Stay with me. You have a trade deficit with the grocery store, right?
No.
No, they pay the trade. They give you stuff. They buy stuff from you. What do they buy from you?
No.
What do they buy from you?
They buy my money with it's a barter system. Yeah, they buy my money with the food
that's called trade, right? That's called trade. And a trade deficit is measured by dollars, right?
No, it's
measured by the trade deficits Donald Trump is citing aren't measured in dollars. What are they measured in?
That's why I said it's a bad analogy, because between a person and a
listen, this is why this conversation is shitty. Is because you won't answer fucking questions. How do we measure our trade deficit? Do we measure trade deficits in dollars?
Yes, because
okay, great. Back to my scenario. Okay, so in this scenario, you trade your money to the store.
This is a barter system.
Excuse me.
I'm getting something.
Excuse me. This is not a barter system.
Yes, I'm getting something of equal value.
Great.
Yes, we're equal.
Great.
There's no trade deficit.
Wait. So even though
that's why it's not a good analogy.
So if we have a trade deficit with,
I know you understand what I said.
So if we have a trade deficit, if we have a trade deficit with Mexico,
just use another analogy.
If we have a trade deficit with Mexico, for example,
okay,
and Mexico buys less of our goods, but we import more goods, who's importing those goods?
We are.
No, who's we? Is it the United States government that's importing them?
Yeah.
No. Try again. Who's importing it?
We are people.
Who?
I said we
specifically
are people.
Business owners, right?
Yeah, we're not getting.
Then what do the business owners do with that stuff they import?
They sell stuff.
They sell it. Why do they import it?
Because we aren't making it there.
Because we're not making it there, right? So because we're not making it there, we are using labor and goods from another country. We import that. And do they import it to make money or do they lose money on that?
Who?
The companies that import the goods. Do they make money or lose money when they import?
They make money.
They make money. And then once they make money, do they give any of that money to the government?
Our companies, yes. Yeah.
Our company. Oh, so then pay taxes. So these companies exist because of a trade and because of a trade deficit, and because they can. Because sometimes it's just because they can manufacture things cheaper than we can, because we have labor standards here, and our dollar's worth a lot more. Cost of living's a lot higher here. So there's a lot of places that we can import things cheaper. Now, does that benefit our economy?
It can.
Okay. Does it benefit the Mexican economy?
It benefits them a lot more.
So what's the fucking problem?
That it benefits us a lot less.
Oh,
and if listen,
wait.
if
it benefits us, if it benefits us less, then why are we? If it benefits us less, why are we so much more wealthy than Mexico?
Because we were way ahead of them. If I start at 100%, you start at 2%.
I mean, we're way ahead of them.
And then steadily. I have a whole trade deficit every year. What happens? I go lower and lower, and you get
it's not trade deficit. No, it's not trade deficit.
Slowly.
No, it's not trade deficit. It's our ability to sell things at a higher price, right?
What do you mean?
So if I want to buy for example, I was just in Mexico. If I was in Mexico in the city I was in, if I wanted to buy a taco, it was $1.50. There's nowhere I can get. Yeah, why is that? Why is it more expensive here?
Because our economy is way bigger.
Labor costs are more. Expectation is more. Cost to produce is more. Right.
If we had 100%,
right. If I'm a business owner, and I have the opportunity to buy something in America and source it from America, and or I have an opportunity to source it from Mexico. If it's cheaper in Mexico, I'm going to source it from Mexico. Now, if the government if it's cheaper, I'm going to buy it there. If the government wants to step in to protect an industry, for example, like let's just say that it's avocados for whatever. Let's say we're growing avocados. If Mexican avocados are underselling us, it might make sense to slap a tariff on the avocados coming from Mexico to protect our industry. But it's not the tariff wasn't there to fix a trade deficit. It wasn't there to fix the trade deficit. It's there to protect an industry. That's what tariffs are for, to protect industry. This trade deficit talk is what happens when you elect a dumb motherfucker who doesn't understand economics.
Listen, so if we have, say we have 100% trade, we only import, we never export anything. Is that a good thing?
It could be. You could have an you could have an entire
100%.
economy. You could have an entire economy that is built on imports and then selling those imports. I said it could. You could have an entire economy built on imports and selling those imports at a higher price. That absolutely could exist.
Only if you can improve the
no, it's the only thing that matters is, can you sell it for more than you pay for it? If you can sell it for more than you pay for it and you can make a profit, then yes, you can have. In fact, like my life, I produce
people in your country.
I produce basically nothing. I produce basically nothing. My entire life is a trade deficit.
Wait 1 second. Are you talking about if the companies that we're importing it? All right, so the companies that our companies in America are selling it to people in America or selling it outside of America?
No, if we import something, and let's say whatever it is, it's a widget. We buy it from Canada for $1. We sell it here for $3. And let's say that we make absolutely nothing. Yes, you could build an economy that way. Absolutely.
No, you literally cannot.
Why not?
Name one that's ever been there.
No. Why can't? No, I didn't say. I said you could.
You literally can't.
You literally can. What do you produce? What do you produce?
I produce value and labor in the form of labor.
So labor, right?
Yes, and that's what we're trading. That is our form of currency between me.
So in this case, if you imported a good and you sold that good, the people that worked for your company, what would they be providing as their value? Labor, right?
If I own a business, say it again.
If a company imports a good, but they have a bunch of employees, and the employees aren't producing that good, but they need them for loading and unloading, they need them for shipping, they might need them for sales, they need them for accounting, marketing. Those people are all, it's just their labor that's the value, right?
Yeah, but now you have
So you could
100%
build that.
import and no export. I'm saying now you have no export. You're not exporting anything. You're not getting rid of anything. You're only
Why do you
importing.
have to export?
Because that is how you make money too.
No, you're selling it to customers that are in your country. You're not exporting it. Most people that make money, most people in this country don't make their money through exports. Almost like a tiny minority of people in this country make their money exporting
What's
things.
that called? What's it called when a country only does trade with themselves? No, there's no every country that has tried to do that has failed.
Wait, excuse me, what?
Every country that has tried to only focus on themselves, I forget what they call them. It's a certain kind of it used to be popular back in like the 20s, 30s, and 40s. It was like they just started trying it, where it's like it only trades and does stuff like with themselves. That would be even worse.
I mean, that's
only
before a bunch of colonizers came to America. It's what we did.
That was the whole. Yeah, that was the whole point of.
It was going fine, wasn't it? It was going fine, wasn't it?
No, no, it literally wasn't.
It wasn't.
What do you
it
mean?
wasn't going fine.
No, they walked around killing each other, eating animals.
They were walking around killing each other.
Yes, Indians.
Why weren't they going? Why weren't they going extinct?
They were. They did.
I mean, we're killing people now too, right? We still do that.
No, not like that.
No, we don't kill people. No, we didn't just bomb.
we
didn't just bomb Venezuela and Nigeria. We don't do that.
Not to the same degree as it was back then. That's crazy.
A bomb is. We kill way more people now than we did back then. What are you talking about?
No, we're not. No, there's not. No.
But again, it's about trade, right? The country existed for centuries without any trade.
They bartered. No, they didn't do
exactly.
Trade. They bartered.
Exactly.
They bartered.
Exactly.
And what did the country look like? Did it grow?
It grew and then it shrunk.
Were they living in houses and stuff? Did they have the same power that Europe had?
Oh, I'm not.
That was doing trade.
Whoa, hold on. We're not. Now you're talking. Now you're talking about the things that were expanded because of trade.
Or the Muslim. What was it called? The Islam. Back in the Islamic.
I don't even
know.
I don't even. Dude, you're so far off topic. This is crazy. I was giving brother. Listen. If I give you a hypothetical of this trade situation, right, where you can.
It wasn't hypothetical.
It was a hypothetical because you just said no country exists like this. That would make it hypothetical.
India.
So hypothetically, you could build a country that way. It is not. It isn't. Listen, you would have to explain to me why it wouldn't work, and what you're doing instead of explaining why it wouldn't work is you're saying nobody's done it. That doesn't explain why it wouldn't work.
Tried it.
No. Again, I understand what you're saying.
The first time I heard about it was when
economically, why wouldn't it work?
I can't remember, but the first time I heard about it was when Trump
economically. If you don't know, instead of this, just if you don't know, say I don't know.
This was the liberals' argument.
If you don't know, listen, I'm gonna have to let you. I'm gonna have to let you go if you can't engage. Thank you. Just say I don't know. Then don't keep arguing.
I don't remember. Yeah.
No, not I don't remember. Can you make a mathematical economic art? Can you make an economic argument without saying this country? Can you explain it mathematically why it wouldn't work?
I don't remember. Destiny.
No.
I watched Destiny.
Can you explain it or not? The answer is this a yes or no, bud?
No, I said I can't.
Okay, great. So let's move on from that.
I don't remember.
Listen, if you take anything from this, go research everything I say. I understand. I'm not citing sources to you. I understand that like a lot of this stuff might seem silly. I want you to go look at a couple of things. I want you to go research trade deficits and just say like, are trade deficits always bad or are trade deficits always good? Then I want you to look at trade in this country. And I want you to look at our trade deals. I want you to go actually read the trade deals that Donald Trump has allegedly signed and look at them. Did we get good deals?
They're not trade deals. They're fucking plans of a trade deal or whatever.
No, some of them are signed. We have actual trade deals. Most of them are just like concepts. But that's the point. If you remember one thing, Donald Trump relies on talking about trade deficits because he doesn't understand any of this. He's either lying or he still doesn't know who pays tariffs. He says deficits and people think deficit bad, and so they believe him. But again, going back to one of two things is true. Either Donald Trump is a fucking genius and nobody understands what the fuck he's talking about because he's so much smarter than everybody, or he's a dipshit and all these other countries are looking for ways not to do trade with us.
What happened to their GDP this last quarter and and for Canada?
That's a great question. What was our GDP?
4.3.
How do you measure?
Well, theirs was 0.2.
And how do you measure GDP?
The growth in your economy.
No.
Yes, it is literally.
No, there's an actual formula for GDP. Do you know the formula for GDP?
Ours is a 4.3% increase.
We already did that. Do you know the formula for GDP?
I think all the product you make. It's a stupid formula.
No, it's not. It's consumer goods.
It's all the government spending.
It's consumer goods. So like consumption.
Plus
now,
government spending.
if consumer goods consumption goes up, how could that number go up? It's measured in
There's different ways.
It's measured
There's
in
three different.
It's measured
parts
in.
Of the GDP.
It's measured. Just stay with me, man. Please, don't try and get ahead. Consumption. That's measured by dollars, right? All of these are measured by dollars.
Yeah.
So if consumption goes up, like if I go to Subway every day, and my sandwich is $5 every day, my consumption's $10 a day. If Subway raises their price to $7 a sandwich, my consumption now goes to $14 every day. So consumption isn't necessarily going up. It isn't necessarily a good thing because it's not measured in units. And we know that the price of everything in this country went up. So naturally, consumption went up. The second part of it is investment spending. Does investment spending necessarily mean good things? Like all these people who are investing in AI, are we seeing the benefits from that? Not necessarily. The third part is government spending. Now, did government spending go up?
It goes up all the time.
Yeah, so government spending. So all these numbers went up. Investment, the cost of goods, and government spending. Then exports. And it's exports minus, let's see.
Imports, total value or something.
Yeah, I think that's right. Let me make sure. At the M, exports minus.
Something like that.
The value of the country's exports minus its imports, right? Okay. So did we export more?
No, we imported more than we exported.
We imported, but did our imports?
We exported more.
Right? Did our imports go down?
Our exports increased actually higher.
Right? Did our imports go down by dollar value?
No,
right?
Our imports didn't.
Okay. So now
our exports increased higher than our imports.
Okay. So think about why our GDP went up then. Consumption.
More.
No, it's all together.
And the government's raising more.
Consumption went up, so prices went up. Investment went up, so that number goes up. The I goes up.
Wait, no.
Hold on. Excuse me.
The I is like it's not like stock market shit. That's how much
investment by business on
capital.
On equipment.
Yeah, that would be like
how
good your business operating.
And equipment, right?
Yeah, equipment.
And also and also new housing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
that's all positive.
Hold on.
That's not like
no,
it's not going to offset itself.
Until you realize that Nvidia and Intel and OpenAI, that they are all these investments that they're spending on capital goods and equipment are just circulating amongst circulating amongst themselves. It's funny money.
Yeah, that is a lot. I forgot.
Right.
Yeah,
so that number went up.
That is a lot. That's a shit ton.
So consumption went up due to inflation. Investment went up due to a lot of fraud. Government spending went up because, like you said, it goes up. And then you have exports and you have less imports. So the GDP went up. Was that a net benefit for most of us? No. Unemployment also went up. Inflation also went up. So we didn't benefit from that 4.3% GDP. GDP can be good. It can't, like, if we're looking at GDP going up, sometimes it can be good, but that wasn't a net benefit for us.
Yeah, it's not always good. You don't know that it wasn't good.
Yes, I do, because I went through the numbers. You can look at the numbers. You can go read the report.
I thought the numbers came out wrong. I thought the numbers on the jobs weren't accurate 100% this time.
Those are jobs numbers, and it was just September. It was just the September numbers that were delayed, so we'll see a revision on this.
Okay, never mind. That was September.
Yeah, but if you can go look through their methodology. If all this growth was better, if this all meant that things were going well, we'd all be making more money. We'd all be able to afford more. We're able to afford less.
I mean, we have, but our real wage has gone up. American real wages I think it's gone up. It's increased higher.
Yeah, but it hasn't kept up with the cost increases.
It is catching up. That it has shrunken since Biden got out of office.
Real wages?
That gap has shrunk. Yeah, the gap shrunk since
Yeah,
Biden got
and
out.
let's be clear on what real wages are too,
We're
right?
doing
Like,
better now.
where has most of that growth come?
It could be. It actually came from deporting illegal immigrants.
No,
and driving up the wages of Americans.
inside. No, it didn't. Inside
It
the
did, it
no,
did.
it didn't. No,
They
no,
deported
it's
people.
no
Yeah, they
rich
did.
people. Rich people started making more money.
That's
The
part. That could be
upper
part of it.
echelons of income made more money. Most of those real wages, the growth is in the top 20%.
No.
Yes, you can go read the government's report.
Sometimes
Don't
it
just
is.
say no. Just go read the report.
They don't. They do that at the end of the year.
They do what at the end of the year?
Like the where you can see the total
No,
between.
it's in the report. You can go read the report. Anyways, I do need to get back to the show. You can come back anytime, man. I appreciate you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll see you. Back over in here. There we go. All right. I probably have a bunch to read here. Or maybe not. Let's see. Where are you at, Jen?
I moved you back.
Okay. Oh, S. Papas, thanks for the gifted sub. And Bree. Good to see Bree here. Alyssa said, this is rough. He knows virtually nothing about anything. I struggle with people who can't think in concepts and can't analyze. Oh, shit. I didn't see that. Thank you for that offer, Papas. Jen, if that ever happens again, just go ahead and interrupt for that type of.
I contemplated it many times.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate
you
you
gave
hesitating.
you gave him 5 minutes, like 40 minutes ago.
I know. Cascus for Life said, I learned you don't come to a discussion without an open mind and facts to back up my points. Marianne, thank you for the super chat. And also from Cascus, the U.S. has never had pure free trade, but we have rules-based trade compared to other nations. True free trade equals no tariffs. Research matters. Sarah said to hear RTP call guest a silly little bitch. He was trying. I do think he was in good faith. It just gets frustrating for them sometimes. Hey, Howdy said tariffs are what helped cause the Great Depression. In part, yeah. This guy Fox says you still need to watch the movie Mountainhead. It's about tech bros using their AI to coup countries. All right, Guy Fox, send me the link, will you, on Discord if you're in Discord or anywhere else. I promise I'll watch it this weekend. Casca said the United States is a democracy in practice inside a constitutional federal republic. Brilliant. Tanya said Happy New Year. Thank you. Joe Turt said why is he finding excuses? Ryan said for Hunter's laptop. Empty Clark says my messages keep getting blocked. Uh-oh. That makes sense. I've seen some of the stuff you say. That actually makes sense.
MT is very well behaved.
Jocelyn said 1956, the Dartmouth Conference where John McCarthy coined artificial intelligence, establishing it as a field. I don't know much about that. I saw you put that in the chat. I didn't know what you meant. I was unaware of that. Dartmouth Conference. I'm going to have to look that up. Oh, he wanted to talk about Charlie Kirk the whole time? Oh.
Well, that's what it said to me originally.
Oh. Well, you should have done
I
that.
tried to ask ahead of time.
Gotcha. Did I miss any here? It wasn't me. Said he's aggressively stupid at a 10. Need him at a 2. Jessica said Trump's a bitch. That's true. That's just factual. There's nothing. It's hard to argue that. All right, I think I got them all. Anything you want to add, Jen?
No, I think. I
You
mean,
want to yell at me for a minute?
I'm tired, to be honest. I don't know if I have the energy.
I needed that. I haven't had a debate in a long time. I'm sorry. Sorry to drag you guys along with me for a while.
I mean, you do this. It's not like it's
Well,
new.
yeah. There's a middle ground that I want them to go for 3 hours, and you want them to go for 5 minutes. So one day we'll find a middle ground.
No, I mean, your time blindness gets really, really thick in some of these conversations.
You're saying I have thick time blindness.
Yeah.
I love that.
So.
All right. Jen called me thick. All right. We'll get back to Bernie talking about the oligarchs. It's a great place to get back to.
So how much longer are we planning to go?
I'll go another hour.
Okay.
All right.
Well, so we've got what, I don't know what you have for your total with separate numbers.
I'll update it after the video or during the video.
All right.
All right. For those of you saying it's the first time I've ever been called thick, that's not true. A lot of people say I have a thick skull. So it's not the first time. How dare you?
This is what Elon Musk, putting hundreds of billions of dollars into the technology, says, quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs. working will be optional, end quote. Bill Gates, hundreds of billions of dollars into this technology, quote, humans won't be needed for most things. Well, I got a simple question. If there are no jobs and humans won't be needed for most things, how do people get an income to feed their families, to get health care, or to pay the rent? There's not been one serious word of discussion in the Congress about that reality.
That's the scary part. It would be one thing we could actually have the debate on like what their plan is, will it work or not. There doesn't seem to be a plan. And this is like a big blind spot for conservatism, because conservatism always has you looking backwards and trying to restore the glory days. There's clearly not a lot of thought towards the future. And that makes you ripe for people like these tech oligarchs to come in and get you focused on a bunch of shit that doesn't really affect you, so that they can take over. And that's truly what we're seeing here. I don't know why people still take Elon Musk seriously, or any of these people seriously. Yeah, Elon Musk is an obvious racist. Like, yeah, we shouldn't be surprised that it's a bunch of people that came out of apartheid South Africa who are pushing this with their apartheid parents and their apartheid upbringings. We shouldn't be surprised by this. But what they recognized, and they've said this out loud. They said, we used to give to both parties. In fact, we used to give to the Democrats more because we thought that the Democrats were more likely to be open to innovation and new technology. And they were right about that. But what they kept bumping into is that Democrats would allow them to come in and do their technology. And then sometimes we'd subsidize it like we did with Tesla. But then when they came in and said, let us rule, the Democrats, for as shitty as they are, that's where they're like, no, you've gone too far. And the Republicans under Donald Trump are like, fuck it, everybody come on in. I don't remember, Jen, maybe you can find this clip. There's one of these guys, I think it might be Chamath. But there's one of them, you might want to check Chamath, that told this story about how he had given millions of dollars to the Democrats. And he tried to get Joe Biden on the phone, and he tried to get Barack Obama on the phone, and he couldn't get him on the phone. He couldn't even get a meeting with him. And he's like, I donated one time to Donald Trump, and I was in his office meeting with him. Just bragging about the fact that like access is, if you have money, you have access. And that's why they hijacked your party. They don't share your values. They don't want to do this for you. They're not trying to build up the middle class. They're not trying to protect free speech. They're trying to protect their speech. They're trying to protect their ability to use their wealth and their power and their concentration of media to own the narrative. Is that who it was? Was it Chamath? Let me see. If Jen didn't find it already, I'll go here. I think I actually made a TikTok about it once. See if I can find it here. Yeah, Betsy DeVos bragged about that. What's their names that own the Mavericks? Why am I blanking on her name right now? The casino people. What are their names? They bragged about it too.
The ones who used to own the Kings?
Yeah, why am I mixing up? Adelson's. Okay, I think I found this. Here it is. I was right. It was Chamath.
The Democrats only come to me to ask me for money. The only politician that has ever called me just to have a conversation, just to say thank you and be kind, the only one has been Donald Trump. Isn't that incredible? Of all of the people, every other person has only ever called and asked me for money. So what does that mean? I think what it means is that there has been a concerted effort to perturb the way that you interpret who he is. Separately, there's been a concerted effort to prop up whoever is sitting against him in opposition.
It's not surprising, Matt Myers, that I brought up the fact that, yes, of course, Elon Musk is racist, but that's not the problem. The problem with Elon Musk is his control, and you decided to be a little victim. Elon Musk is racist. Wow, that wasn't the point. It's not surprising, though, and this is why it works on these people. People are obsessed with identity politics on the right. I've never, like, as much as the left pushed identity politics for a long time or wanted equality, the right is obsessed with it. It's all they care about now, which is borne out now. The amount of fraud that's happened this year in this country in every single state would blow your fucking minds. The amount of fraud that Trump has dismissed through pardons is billions of dollars. When did the Republicans care? When it was Somali immigrants. Suddenly now it's the biggest problem in the world. Suddenly now this fraud is such a big deal. Why? Because you're just a bunch of identity politics babies. Who is that amazing politician that does not get paid? I didn't say politicians don't get paid. They all have a salary. I don't know what you're talking about. Who's the politician that doesn't get paid by billionaires? There's a handful of them. Bernie Sanders is one of them. Elizabeth Warren's one of them. AOC. I think when Matt Gaetz was in office, he didn't take money. I don't know if Marjorie Taylor Greene does or not. I can't remember. Yeah. I put a man on a women's swim team and let them win the gold championship. She took 5th place, and I wasn't in charge of that. What are you talking about? What is a gold championship? It was an NCAA race, and she took 5th place. That's what you're upset about, Taylor Kirkwood, composer? I hope your music isn't as shitty as your fucking takes right now. You guys, I say, they're only about identity politics. Let's talk about trans people right now. That's what you're doing. Taylor Kirkwood, you're doing identity politics. It's all you're doing right now is doing identity politics. Like, watch you. You're doing it in real time. Keep talking. Tell us all the other things that you're upset about. You're crazy. This guy, all he ever talks about. Where does Bernie Sanders get money, Taylor? Where's the private donations that Bernie Sanders gets? Are you talking about to his campaign? Are you aware that they don't get to keep that money? Oh, and you're too dumb to know that too? All right, let me help you with this, Taylor. Bernie Sanders does not take corporate money, but a lot of people who work at corporations give him money, employees. And when they give that money, they say where they work. That's how we know where, like, which sectors the money's coming from. But those are all private donations. He didn't get caught. You're stupid. Once again, it's just a reading comprehension. Maybe it's not even a reading comprehension. Maybe it's an effort problem with Republicans. You saw a video once on TikTok, you thought it proved something, and now here you are like a dipshit. You can come up here again, it'll go just like the last guy. The reason nobody is afraid to debate Republicans, and the reason none of you come up here is because I think that we all know the same thing, that you guys don't read anything. Serena Williams, listen to what she has to say. See, now you're still doing identity politics? You're still talking about trans people? Bro, what happened? What happened? Why are you so focused on trans people, Taylor? What's going on? Is it hurting your feelings? How is that? How is Leah Thomas hurting you today? Show us on the doll where Leah Thomas hurt you. No, Taylor, don't ask me what I'm upset about. We're worried about your feelings today. Let's talk more about your feelings about trans people and how you don't do identity politics. We do that? All right, that's enough. Let's talk about healthcare. I have a new shirt idea coming out, by the way. I think it's going to be great. Just a reminder, Donald Trump ran on healthcare. We didn't pass the subsidies. Mike Johnson for months told us we have binders full of ideas for healthcare. We still don't have a plan from Republicans. Their only plan seems to be, let's let people buy shitty insurance, and the shitty insurance will be a little bit cheaper. That's literally their whole plan. What if we gave people insurance with much higher deductibles and less coverage? Wouldn't that bring down the price of premiums? Yep, for people who want shitty insurance, it would. That was their solution. But a comprehensive plan we still don't have. And this is just a reminder of how long they've been lying about the fact that they can't fix healthcare. And the reason that they can't fix healthcare is because you can't fix private healthcare. It's a scam. It will always be a scam. It's always been a scam. It will continue to be a scam as long as we pump money into it. Until we do single-payer healthcare, it will always be a problem.
But the truth is, they've always said they have a plan, but they've never had a plan. Let me just go through a list of things here. In February of 2016, Then presidential candidate Donald Trump said, we're going to replace Obamacare with something so much better. Nothing followed.
Whoops.
On February 27th of 2017, the president said, we have a really terrific, I believe, health care plan coming out. Never did.
Whoops.
May 10th, 2018, Donald Trump said, but wait till you see the plans that we have coming out literally over the next 4 weeks.
I would love to be a spouse of a Republican. I'll stop cheating on you next week. I promise next week I've got a plan to stop cheating on you. No, next week. And you could just do this for 10 years. Like, well, you know, it said he's got a plan. That'd be a good gig.
We have a great health care plan coming out. Nothing happened. At a press gaggle near Air Force One in May of 2019, he said, we're coming up with a great health care plan.
I love this. You raised healthcare costs 30% in 1 year. Hey, dipshit, who sets the pricing for healthcare, for health insurance? Is it the government? Is it the Democrats? Is it the Republicans? Or is it the private health insurance companies? Oh, it's them? They raised healthcare. You're just like, you're so stuck in a binary that you can't even figure out who the problem is. You're so obsessed with thinking that the government should control everything that you can't identify the scammers. They're scamming you and they're like, don't look at us. We're not scamming you. It's their fault. They gave insurance to poor people. If they give insurance to poor people, then of course we're going to raise our prices. And you're like, fucking Dems. They raised the prices. And guess what? Every year, record profits. Every year. They never take a beating. We're not going to look at a system that raises prices every year, doesn't operate in a free market, screws over Americans, and you're going to blame Democrats for trying to get insurance for poor people.
We're going to have a fantastic health care plan that's coming out in the next 4 weeks. Nothing ever materialized. June 16th, 2019, the president said, we're going to produce a phenomenal health care plan, and we already have the concept of a plan, and it will be so much better health care. Yeah, well, we'll be announcing it in about 2 months, maybe less. Nothing happened.
Whoops.
Fox News interview, the president said, we're signing in a health care plan within 2 weeks, a full and complete health care plan.
Whoops.
Nothing happened. July 2020, the president said, well, we're going to be doing a health care plan. We're going to be doing a very inclusive health care plan. I'll be signing it sometime very soon. It might be Sunday, but very, very soon. Nothing happened.
Whoops.
August 3rd, 2020, the president says we're going to be introducing a tremendous health care plan sometime prior, hopefully prior to the end of the month. It's just about completed. Nothing.
Stick. Dude, you've been here too long to be this fucking stupid. Prices for healthcare went up. The government doesn't set the price. If you're dumb enough to blame the government for this, then I guess like you deserve Donald Trump. But the only reason that you're saying this right now, the only reason that you guys are coping right now is because this guy's telling the truth. Let's stay on topic here. Do I have to ban the word Democrats in the chat to get you guys to stay on topic? Why didn't Trump ever release a plan? Why not? After promising this many times, didn't even give you a plan. Dems are bad. We don't care that he lies to us. We ignore it and we blame Dems for everything.
September 15th, 2020. You know, the president says you're going to have.
We're still 5 years. We're still 5 years. We've got 15 examples. We got 5 years left.
A new health care. We have a whole bunch of alternatives to Obamacare that are 50% less expensive and are actually better. Nothing. Never happened. September 10th, 2024, ABC News presidential debate. He says, I have concepts of a plan. You'll be hearing about it in the not too distant future.
Whoops.
Nothing happened. December 8th, 2024, he said, we have concepts of a plan that will be much better. You'll see it very soon. Produced nothing. In May of 2025, at a White House event, he says, so we're going to be maybe coming up with something. I think this gives the Republicans a chance to actually do a health care that's much better than Obamacare. Nothing. People are sick and tired of the empty rhetoric. They're sick and tired of you saying you have a plan and you never produce one. All you want to do is undermine health care for hardworking average Americans. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Rivas.
The dirty secret is that modern day Republicanism is just whining about stuff that other people do and then accomplishing absolutely nothing. Quick. Tell me all the fixes that the Republicans did to the economy. Stick. If you're paying for health insurance, you're paying for other people's care. If you would like to stop paying for freeloaders, then just allow Bernie Sanders Medicare for all. Your price doesn't go up. It's just paid with your taxes. Just do that. Why wouldn't you want to pay less? That's the problem with a lot of you. And I mentioned this earlier, like it's an ideological thing. You're opposed to single-payer healthcare because you have been told to be opposed to single-payer healthcare. It's not about money because it's cheaper. It's not about service because single-payer offers better service. It's not about outcomes because single-payer gives better outcomes. It's about an ideology. You're happy to pay for other people's healthcare as long as some CEO is making $20 million off of it. You're happy to do that. But if there's no CEO making $20 million off it, suddenly it's a problem. We have a problem in this country with conservatives, overconfident and undereducated. And you allow yourselves to be this way too. Like you could read, you could do math. And here it is again. Now that we're stating facts, here comes the insults from Republicans. They can't engage in this. It is so repulsive to them that somebody might have a different idea. So now it's just the insults on me. You're lost. You don't know what you're talking about. Like you right now, I'm giving you the plan. Bernie Sanders Medicare for all would cost all of us less money. You would have more money in your pockets at the end of the year if we did Bernie Sanders Medicare for all. And you're opposed to it. Why? I'd like to hear some reasons from Republicans in the chat. Why are you against Medicare for all? This isn't a time for personal attacks on Bernie Sanders or me. I want to know why Bernie Sanders' plan gets opposition from you. Let's read. Because religion taught them not to question authority. That's true. True. Hospitals would be backed up. Why would hospitals be backed up? Dumbest thing is cheaper, better coverage for every single. Yeah. They hate public roads. Too many grape kits. Yeah. Did you know that out of all the countries, like what you would call first world countries, Matt Myers, we are number 2 on the list of longest wait times. We're only behind Canada. Every other country ahead of us has single payer healthcare. See what I mean? It's just indoctrination. We have private healthcare now, and we have the longest wait times besides Canada. What else? God damn, you got to update your talking points. Michael Bliss, I didn't see yours, I don't think. Go ahead and write it again. I'm trying to go through it. Observe Canada. I think Canada's system sucks. Canada's system is universal healthcare. I want single payer. I don't think we should do Canada's system. But the UK has a system very similar to Canada, and they do better than we do. So you don't seem to understand the difference between what Canada has and what Bernie Sanders proposes. I'm going to guess that none of you have read his proposal. Sorry, I'm looking for whoever that was that said earlier. Here in Canada, we have Medicare for all paid by our taxes. We don't always have long wait times. That's true. You also have a bunch of provinces who have introduced like private healthcare, just fucking things up. Yeah, wouldn't more people needing healthcare drive up demand? Wouldn't that mean more doctors and nurses, more hospitals, more opportunity? UK is smaller. That's true. That means that they are not able to spread out their risk as much. It's a huge benefit for us that we have way more people than the UK because it spreads out the bills amongst more people. So that's why all the health insurance companies want more customers and not less. They want that because it's safer for them. I don't see yours anywhere, Billy. I don't know if you typed it again. I don't know if it got caught with auto. Oh, Michael, 75% of the average person's health bills are in the last 2 years of life, an average of $800,000 per person. I don't know if that stat might be true. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. That sounds right, to be honest. All right. These are tough. Delay, deny, defend. That already exists. Yeah, thanks, Ash. Uh, 100% private with government regulations also doesn't work. It's still. I've heard. I think Gabriel, you've said this before, but the difference is like if you can do 100% private with government regulation or 100% public single payer, the private option is still going to be more expensive because you're going to have to pay for stuff that you don't pay for in single payer, like marketing and CEO pay and executive pay and dividend pay. I do agree that more regulation would be better if we're regulating how much they can raise prices. It didn't get voted down, Kirkwood. We've never voted for it. Try again. Imagine how much cheaper things would be if you didn't have to pay a profit to everyone. Yeah, thank you. Good point. Yeah, it's tough. Why do all libbies want other people to pay for their shit? You're already paying for other people's shit, dumbass. That's what health insurance is. If you have health insurance, you're paying for other people's shit. We just want it to be cheaper. Why do Republicans want everything to be more expensive? And by the way, I don't think you pay for shit, Stick. To be honest, I don't think you have near the money that you say you do. I think you're lying. And tell your dad what's up and thanks for trying those new things. Your dad, he has a long tongue. I think that when you privatize health insurance or let it be a competitive field, then there is competition that drives the cost of health insurance down. Well, we have private health insurance and the costs do nothing but go up. So that's not true either. They just buy up their competitors. So it's a fun thing you just talked about, but it's not reality. This is what I'm saying. It's ideological. So that's like a free market argument. You're where the government controls the numbers of doctors by their control, the number of seats open at medical schools. No. It's not how that works. State-run schools, for sure. There's private schools. They don't control that. All right. Well, weren't any good arguments. Let's move on. I love this. James Tallarico is the GOAT. This was from December 18th, so I don't remember if I showed this. I don't remember showing this, but this message, I do think that the more I hear this guy speak, I love, as much as I love Jasmine Crockett, like the way that he messages is convincing for a lot of people. He's really, really fucking good at this. I think he's going to get the nomination, and I'd support either one of them, but I do hope he gets the nomination there.
It makes me sick to my stomach to see self-proclaimed Christians in the halls of power blatantly violating the teachings of Jesus Christ. Speaker Mike Johnson, who says his entire worldview comes from the Bible, is literally...
Can I just say one thing that I really like about him that is a lot of us, like we're all kind of angry and politics bring out the worst in us. It doesn't bring out the worst in Tallarico. 90% of people right there,
about his entire...
when the crowd booed about Mike Johnson, 90%, maybe more, would have said something there about Mike Johnson. Would have added to that, would have smirked, would have been like, yeah, I'm with you, crowd. And he just moves on. That, like, it's so refreshing to watch somebody not take like the easy shots and the bait. He's on message. This is a guy who's lived a pretty modest life. He doesn't seem to want to go in there to be a podcaster and be on TV all the time. I loved that about that part right there. I would have taken the shot. He's a better man than I am, but I appreciate that about him.
Worldview comes from the Bible is literally about to kick 2 million Texans off their health care right before Christmas. If Mike Johnson actually read his Bible,
he would know that Jesus healed the sick. No copays, no deductibles, no premiums. These Christian nationalists say they want a Christian nation until it comes to providing health care for the sick, until it comes to acting like Jesus. As Christians, Mike Johnson and I are both supposed to love our neighbor as ourselves. Our neighbor is the diabetic rationing their insulin to make rent. Our neighbor is the senior choosing between their medicine and their groceries. Our neighbor is the father fighting cancer while also fighting his insurance company. If you aren't loving your neighbor, then keep Jesus' name out of your mouth.
Tend to agree. Alfredo says single payer equals the freedom to work for yourself. True. It's ironic. Somebody, I don't know who it was in the chat, was like, you just know I'm right. You should work for your health care. You would. You would work for your health care. But why should I have to have my health care? Like, why should I have to go work for a massive company in order for me to have good health care? What if I just want to work for myself? The reality is, for me, like, I work for myself. Healthcare is incredibly expensive. I can't collectively bargain. So I'm nailed. Like, do I want to have good insurance? If so, I have to go be a cuck for someone else. I have to go work some shit job that I don't want to work at so that I can have good health insurance. The reason that a lot of these rich people don't want single payer is because they like the control that they have over the workforce. And some of you are like, yeah, let these guys control you. If you have a good job offer for a job that you like better, you should stay with your shitty job because the insurance is better. Like, we already, this idea that people getting health care that don't work is going to be a problem, like, that already exists. It will always exist. You are never going to get rid of a society. You're never going to get a society where literally nobody is getting handouts. But what I would point out to all of you, once again, is you don't care about handouts. You are fed an ideology. If you gave a goddamn about handouts, you'd talk about the biggest handouts that people get, which are corporations and billionaires. It's 10x what poor people get. I don't know what you get out of this. I don't know if you think like they're rich and I'm defending them, so they're going to be on my side. Look, I'm rich too. If you're against handouts, fucking be against handouts. But be against all handouts. Why are you comfortable with our taxpayer money going to fund Elon Musk's SpaceX? That's not a fucking handout? Elon Musk gets to take profit from that? That's not a fucking handout? In Kansas City right now, the Chiefs are trying to move to Kansas instead of Missouri. And Kansas is going to give them $2 billion to build a stadium. They will get no return on that investment. Nowhere near the $2 billion. It never works out. Happened here in Glendale in Arizona. The folks in Glendale said, I think the Cardinals were playing in Tempe. They wanted a new stadium. Glendale said, we'll do it for you. We'll pay for the stadium. They're still paying for it. If you're going to be somebody, if you're going to have principles, you can't abandon those principles when those principles come up against rich people. There's nothing like, there's nothing cool or tough about being a cuck to the billionaires. I advocate for more money for them. I'm cool. They're not going to share it with you. Name a movie where like the plot of the movie is we give all the power to the rich people. You all know that collectively. Like internally you know that. I think you just think that maybe one day you'll be the rich person. There's a reason nobody in the world copies what we do. If our system's so good, and we'll ask this too to the Republicans, if our system is better than single payer, how come none of the other countries are doing our system? How come they're all doing single payer? I'd like an answer to that. Stick, I'd like an answer from you. I know the answer. The answer is fucking dumbass Republicans. That's the answer. The answer is Republicans consistently voting against their own best interests because they worship money. Okay, yeah, Jerry. Single payer is simply this. That's a good question. Thanks for asking that. What Bernie Sanders' plan would do is it would take taxpayer money and it would pay the doctors. So right now you go in to see a doctor. And if you have insurance, you present your insurance, you might have a copay, you might have a deductible. The doctor, they will then bill your insurance company. Most of the time then the insurance company pays their portion and then you're left to pay what's left. In a single payer system, you would walk into the doctor, any doctor you want, because there's no networks anymore. You know how frustrating that is when you have like a doctor next door and then you check your network and you're like, oh, the closest doctor is 20 minutes away. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Everybody's in the same network. So you go see the doctor. And when you're done getting your treatment or your checkup, you leave. And the doctor takes your charges and he sends it to the federal government. And the federal government sends a check. Just like Medicare. There's no deductible. There's no copays. You could have a deductible. You could have copays. Perhaps a progressive system might be like, if you're really wealthy, you have a higher deductible. That's a way that you could charge less in taxes. You could do that. But that's the only difference. It's a single entity paying your bill, which you all have right now already. You all have a single entity paying your bill. The only difference is you have to pay them a lot more money in order to get them to pay your bill, and they're only going to pay part of your bill, and they're going to tell you who you can go see, and they're going to tell you which hospital you can go to, and they're going to tell you that only part of your service is covered because one of those doctors, even though you went to a facility that's in network, one of the doctors that they brought in was not in network, and since they don't reimburse that doctor, now you have to pay that doctor. So you have this big fucking convoluted system. And you wind up paying way more for it. It's the dumbest fucking system on earth, which is why nobody will do it. Welcome everybody from the Gust X raid. Appreciate you guys. So a single payer system in Bernie Sanders' plan just basically says you take something that already exists, which is Medicare, and instead of taking all the money that you're pumping into private health insurance, you take that and you put it in Medicare and you pay for everybody's health care. What's the downside? The only downside Republicans ever come up with is the same talking points. You're going to have long lines. You're going to have less doctors. They're going to ration care. All of those things that already exist in private healthcare. But private healthcare also has millions of people that don't have insurance, that have no coverage. So everything you get from private healthcare, all the problems with private healthcare are the things you're complaining about that would happen in single payer. And what we do know is that when it comes to Medicare, people are more satisfied with Medicare than they are with private health insurance, and that's when it's underfunded. The outcomes for Medicare patients versus private healthcare patients are better. So we're getting healthier people who are living longer, who are more satisfied, and it costs less. Depending on which healthcare company you're looking at, between 20 and 30% of the money that you pay every single month in premiums goes to them. They keep 20 to 30% of that money for whatever they want to spend it on. With Medicare, it's less than 8%, depending on the years, but it's usually like between 6 and 8%. So you will the money that you actually have, like you're getting more value out of your money. More of your money is going to go to your care, which drives costs down. And the only reason that we can't have this is because Republicans are owned by the health insurance companies. The health insurance companies give them millions of dollars every single year, and then they write the legislation and they fearmonger to you about socialism. And so we have a shitty system because you guys are too dumb to read. I think Republicans are also telling a lot of people that they are oppressed who don't feel like they're oppressed, and that is like saying you have to feel oppressed or you're not seeing it straight. Maybe? Anyways, I hope that explains what single payer is. Wait times go up. They would rather people die than wait another week for knee surgery. True. Even if wait times did go up. And by the way, one of the biggest arguments that they use is a complete red herring. They say that if suddenly all of these people are on health insurance, won't you see a bunch of hospitals and doctors' offices overrun? No. And the reason the answer is no is because Medicare for All rolls out in stages. So right now, the first step in Medicare for All would be for the first 5 years, it would cover people 50 and up. And that's it. You'd have the people that are on Medicare now that don't qualify, that are maybe under 50, and then people that are 50 and up. And then 5 years later, you would, I think it's 5 years. You can check these increments. But every 5 years, you would add, I think, 5 years worth of people. So you roll it out slowly. You invest in the colleges. The people are going to know ahead of time there's going to be a demand for doctors and for hospitals that allows us to build out the infrastructure in time. And we could start this now. We should have started it 10 years ago, and we wouldn't be in this position. We just need you guys. And by the way, if Trump did this, if you guys would pressure Trump to do this, if you would pressure Republicans to do this, Trump would go down as one of the most consequential presidents of all time. This would be the most popular thing any president in our lifetime has ever done. And it might win you the midterms. It might win you the presidency for a while. I still wouldn't vote for you. But you might get a lot more votes. And you would have happier, healthier people in this country. And the only reason we're not doing it is they tell you it's socialism, and socialism is scary, and socialism is bad. I, honest to God, cannot believe we live in a country where Bernie Sanders is hated. That's such a fucking crazy thing to hate Bernie Sanders. Let me read some comments here. Bree said, bruh, where's our goddamn calendar? I need my smut stories fulfilled. Cheeks clapped, glazed, and red. I know. I'm working with somebody on that. I talked to them about it last night. We're going to plan it. There's just a lot of work. And then with my daughter, it's hard to plan. But I do owe you a calendar. Let's check over here. Amy Lynn said, our U.S. doctors are moving to Canada and other countries at a higher rate than any time ever. That's true. They're abandoning the U.S. Benny said, compare adoption numbers in Australia and Holland to us. Adoption? Like adopting children? Sad Renee said, go Talarico. Amy Lynn said, why do Libyans constantly have to pay for conservative states? Good point, Stick. If you're talking about people having to pay for shit, how come blue states have to pay all of red states' bills all the time? And Amber said the super chat was blocked by YouTube. Under Biden, real wages beat inflation. Started in 2023 and continued through 2024, not under Trump. That's true. All right, got that. I get all these. Sorry, Bree. I love you. I'm glad you're here, and thanks for the gifted subs. Let me update this. I'll play the next video. I'll update the gift goal. And then just a reminder, if we did a little quick dollar train the last 20 minutes, we'll knock out that gift goal. No problem. I'm going to have to skip a lot of this stuff. Let's see. I'm going to end on this, these two things. I first want to play this clip from Jessica Tarlov. I do feel like she bit my shit, but she'd probably, it's parallel thinking. I was really proud of people on the left yesterday for not taking the bait with Minnesota and pointing out that, yes, we care about fraud in Minnesota. It's important to say that. It's important to say that these people in Minnesota should be prosecuted, but also point out that Republicans don't fucking care about fraud. And if they did, they wouldn't be supporting this president.
I'll say lastly, that fraud should be stamped out everywhere. You should take it seriously. And I'm particularly upset, and I've said this now third time, that people took COVID money, abused that while folks were dying, while kids weren't allowed to go to school. The country was completely in uproar, rightly so, people scared out of their minds. But Donald Trump and his administration has not taken fraud seriously. You have Philip Esform, who was the healthcare executive, speaking of healthcare, which is part of this, a nursing home mogul, I didn't even know you could be one, orchestrated the largest healthcare fraud scheme in U.S. history, $1.3 billion, commuted by Trump. David Gentile, the private equity guy, $1.6 billion, he defrauded people. Trump commuted his sentence. And then an oldie but a goodie, obviously Trump University, which had to pay $25 million settlement because it was a scam. Do not go out there and say this is all a liberal problem if you don't want to look under the hood of your own car.
And those are 5 examples. We gave 10 yesterday. You can go back and watch the show. Like there's example after example after example, including the president himself, who's doing fraud all the time. Somebody asked if Tim Walz has anything to do with what's happening in Minnesota. I have not seen any evidence that he did, but he has the same, I mean, he does have responsibility, just like everybody elected in Minnesota. There's oversight there. The Department of Justice has oversight there. They allowed this to happen. I believe that if fraud occurs in your state, you should be held accountable for that. Have I seen anything criminal? No, not yet. Republicans want to lock up Tim Walz, but I haven't seen anything criminal. However, he should be criticized. Everybody in that legislature should be criticized. Everybody who's worked in Minnesota and not done oversight should be criticized for this. It's a problem. I also want to point out that what Republicans are saying is the fraud is a little bit silly. They're saying it's $8 to $9 billion worth of fraud. They're taking the amount of money that people got and calling it fraud. We have no idea what the total numbers are going to be. I think so far there's we've added it up yesterday. Does anyone remember what the number was of confirmed? Like 100 million, something like that. The 9 billion number is completely made up. We have no idea how much it's going to be. In fact, even the quote of 8 to 9 billion comes from a U.S. attorney who said it could be up to 8 to 9 billion, and he's basically saying if all of it is fraud, it's going to be $9 billion. But also, Kelly, yes, Waltz had them investigate. It's been under investigation for 7 years now. And another thing to remember, it's not one group of people. It's a bunch of different people committing fraud. So it's not like this investigation would stop everything. They're investigating each of these individually. 60 people have been charged and convicted. 60. I'd like to point out that old Nick Shirley and the Republicans aren't bringing that up. They're not bringing up that 60 people have been charged and convicted. 98 people right now, I think, are awaiting trial. Is it 77? I saw 60. I'm not sure. Whatever the number is. I'll double check that. You said 77 is the number you're coming up with? Every number I've seen said 60. That number could have been from the summer, and there was... No, that actually could make sense because there was 10. There was one last week. Those are probably numbers from August, I'm guessing. It's 82 now? Yeah, I'm guessing I'm citing August numbers because that's the article I was reading was from August. Whatever the number is. It's more than 60. Did Nick Shirley bring up any of that? No, he didn't. But I want to talk about one more fraudster before we go because he's running for governor in Ohio. And Ohio now is under investigation. This is an interview from Mehdi Hassan with Vivek Ramaswamy when Vivek was running in 2024. Do we have a date on this? It was 2 years ago, but I don't see an exact date. Yeah, two-ish years ago. I don't have an exact date on that. It probably would have been fall of 2023. I want you to watch this. It's a reminder that Republicans don't care about fraud. Because this is the guy that they are putting up to run as a Republican in Ohio.
Talk about your business background. Let's talk about that. You made your name and made a lot of your early big money from pushing an Alzheimer's drug that had already failed 4 clinical trials when you bought it. You then talked it up on CNBC, in Forbes, on the cover. Your company's subsidiary shot up by billions in value when it went public in 2015. But then the drug failed its phase 3 trial on your watch. The company lost 75% of its value in a single day. Ordinary investors like the California State Teachers Pension Fund lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. But you cashed out beforehand via your parent company to the tune of, I believe, over $37 million. Your critics say it's a classic pump and dump scheme. What do you say to them?
Yeah, Mehdi, that's the standard opposition research during politics reading line. Anybody in the...
That's what they always say in politics, is that your pharmaceutical company that hyped up a drug that had already failed stage 3 multiple times, and then you went on a media blitz and said it was going to be revolutionary, and you made $37 million on that. That's what they always say about everybody. No, dude, they only say this about you. This is the only person I've ever heard them say this about, because it was your fucking company.
The biotech industry knows this story very well. 99.7%
Yeah, Gabriel, he's addressed it before. He lied. Stop. I don't know how to tell you this. He lies. And he's going to get caught lying in this interview multiple times. Maybe this will make you think differently about billionaires. Billionaires lie. It's kind of what they do.
Alzheimer's drugs have failed. That's thousands of drugs. Mine was one of them. But the company I founded, Roivant, developed a range of medicines. And the way I made my money was not.
What he's leaving out there is he says, Alzheimer's drugs fail all the time. So did mine. He's leaving out the part that this was a drug that they had tried to get past stage 3 testing multiple times, and it failed. And then his mom got put on the board. And so they thought they were going to get this to pass. So he went on before it got to, I think it was stage 3, it might be stage 4. I don't remember exactly the stages there. But the final stage, he went out, he went on CNBC. They put up that Forbes article about him. He did media blitzes all over the country. And he said, this is going to be revolutionary. This is going to solve Alzheimer's. And money poured into his company. And so it raised the stock price. And then it failed clinical trials. But before the stock could crash, before everybody else could sell, he sold. His family sold. $37 million they made. That's a classic pump and dump. He could tell you all day long. If you believe a guy like this who's like, no, honestly, we thought it was going to work. We weren't lying. Like, I got news for you. They lie. They all fucking lie.
Through the failure of that Alzheimer's drug. This is one of the pieces of misinformation from opposition research. I could have sold shares in that subsidiary Alzheimer's company, but didn't. So the person who was hurt by that was me.
Hold on.
But
you say this a lot, but you did sell shares in Roivant, and you made $37 million.
And Mehdi,
$37 million.
Mehdi, I think you owe it to your audience. Mehdi, I think you owe it to your audience to be accurate. That is shares in a different company, not Axovant. And those.
He renamed the company. Roivant is the rebrand, or maybe it's Axovant. One of them's the rebrand. Same company.
Shares that I sold are worth, and those shares are worth dramatically more today. So I would have made more money had I held on to those shares. So don't believe what the opposition research purveys through the media.
Opposition research. We looked at your tax returns.
Okay, so here it is. Roivant is a subsidiary. He just said, let's go back. I want to get that claim, actually, because this is how dishonest this is.
That's the standard opposition research during politics reading line. Anybody in the biotech industry knows this story very well. 99.7% of Alzheimer's drugs have failed.
Sorry.
That's thousands of drugs. Mine was one of them. But the company I founded, Roivant, developed a range of medicines. And the way I made my money was not through the failure of that Alzheimer's drug. This is one of the pieces of misinformation from opposition research. I could have sold shares in that subsidiary Alzheimer's company, but didn't. So the person who was hurt by that was me.
Hold on.
But
you say this a lot.
So Roivant, his company, also had a subsidiary company called Axovant. He owned the parent company and the subsidiary. They acquired a drug called Interpidine. It's an Alzheimer's drug that had been abandoned by GlaxoSmithKline after multiple failed trials. They bought it for $5 million in 2014. Axovant, the subsidiary, so his company that he owns as a subsidiary of the other company he owns, went public in 2015. And it got a $3 billion valuation because he was going around doing all these media blitz interviews. And everybody, they showed the Forbes article there, like, oh, this is the next Wonderkins. And then he sold his shares before the failure was announced, and he made $37 million.
You did sell shares in Roivant, and you made $37 million.
And Mehdi,
$37 million.
Mehdi, I think you owe it to your audience. Mehdi, I think you owe it to your audience to be accurate. That is shares in a different company, not Axovant. And those shares that I sold,
a different company that I own also,
are worth. And those shares are worth dramatically more today. So I would have made more money had I held on to those shares. So don't believe what the opposition research purveys through the media.
Opposition research.
The fact of the matter is,
hold on. So you can do a pump and dump scheme as long as later that same company's shares are worth more. That, to be clear, that's what his argument is here. Yes, I ran a pump and dump. Yes, I sold my shares before the failure of the drug. But had I held on to those shares, the parent company eventually acquired other drugs, and they're worth even more than that now. So I could have made more money. You still did a pump and dump.
Returns, which you very kindly have released.
Yeah, exactly.
And you made
voluntarily released because I want to be transparent.
You made $300,000 in 2014 on capital gains.
Now the next part. This is a man who, ironically, consistently complains about DEI, and affirmative action. He was the beneficiary of a George Soros scholarship for immigrants. And it was you had to have like certain income requirements. You had to be below a certain level. So one of the other things he did is he took his previous year's earnings, despite the fact that he was going to make all this money, and in the same year that he made all of this money, he accepted a $300,000 scholarship, which, fine, if you want to say, I got this because it was dirty and it was a technicality, I took the free money, I think a lot of Republicans would be like, that's fine. But instead of doing that, he tries to lie and act like, oh, it was totally above board. It was totally above board. I didn't have the money at the time. Listen to this explanation.
2015, after the IPO of this AXA van, you made $37 million in capital gains. Yet others didn't make that kind of money.
After Mehdi, give me a break. After Roivant, the multi-billion-dollar business that developed 40-plus medicines, yes, I sold shares in that. And that business, if I may actually allow you to know how I made my money, developed 5 FDA-approved therapies that are now FDA-approved today.
After you sold, great, but you sold your share. You sold your shares, and what happened? By the way, just to be clear, he sold his shares. The drug failed. The stock crashed. The stock rebounded, but it crashed. He sold before the crash, and he knew the crash was coming.
One of them is a life-saving therapy in kids.
When you were CEO,
Another one.
were they?
They were FDA. Actually, over the time that I developed them, we took them all the way through phase 3, and then we did a $3 billion deal that actually.
They were approved a year and a half later after you sold the company.
Yes, so Mehdi, I'm not going to fault you for not knowing the first thing about bio.
One other part. Because he sold the shares in Roivant, who was the parent company of Axovant, it also shielded him from the losses that Axovant took. So Axovant lost a bunch of money, this subsidiary, and they did that on purpose. They knew it was going to lose money, but because of the way the share structure was set up, when they lost all that money, he was shielded from having to take any of those losses himself. So not only did he do a pump and dump, but he structured his company in a way that when after the pump and dump, he was not on the hook for any of their losses either. This is a fraudster, a scammer. And he is the Republican nominee. And you have lots of these. Rick Scott, the former governor of Florida, the senator currently in Florida, did a $1.7 billion Medicare fraud. And you guys don't care. So we just don't take you seriously. We care about all of it. We covered it. We covered it when it was Vivek. We cover it when it's Rick Scott. We cover it when it's Minnesota. We cover all of it. And you still have the audacity to come in here and be like, look at Minnesota. We did. We looked at Minnesota. We think it's fraud. We care. Anybody who's involved shouldn't be voted back in. You guys look at fraud on your side, you're like, fuck it, keep them around. It's just a little bit of fraud. No big deal. All right, we're going to get to the DEI part.
Because that's not your job, but getting through phase 3 is the final stage of clinical testing.
That's true. It is old news that Republicans don't fucking care about fraud. That's a good point.
Before you hand in the application, yes, my company did a $3 billion deal that actually did make money for those shareholders. And so, yes, I have built Roivant's a publicly traded company, nearly $10 billion public company today that I built as the sole founder from scratch as one of several companies that I've built. So, yes, I have a business record that I'm proud of and will equip me to lead this country.
You mentioned stage 3 trials. The Alzheimer's drug failed it after you did a lot of touting of it. You say 99.7% failed. You never said that at the time. Do you have any regrets about how you hyped that drug?
I did say that.
CEO of Roivant said this week that you hyped the drug. Do you regret hyping it?
We did not hype the drug. To the contrary, actually, one of the things that I found
this week.
Well, I can't speak for what is or isn't. I haven't read any article that you're quoting, so I don't exactly know what you're referring to.
The current CEO said, yeah, that's exactly what happened. Well, I didn't read the article, so it must not have happened.
The fact of the matter is, though, I have been transparent at every step of the way. Everyone who is in the biotech industry knows that Alzheimer's disease is the graveyard for medicines. But I still think it's an important area of need. And I'll say this, Mehdi, is, you know what? If I serve...
This is why I fucking hate Vivek. Alzheimer's drugs are really important, and I still believe that, which is what I'm saying in defense of the fact that I bilked $37 million out of public money by lying about the effects that this already failed drug was going to have. This is why you guys get duped. If you can't see through shit like this is how you got Donald Trump. This is how you have J.D. Vance. This is why you have so many dumb dicks that have just like frauded their way to the top that you think are heroes, that are geniuses. It's because when they say stuff, you're like, that feels good. I believe that. You never fact check any of this shit.
For 2 terms, I'm still going to be in my 40s when I leave the White House. It is a personal passion.
You were earlier than that. You were in their 30s. You never got there.
Of mine to come back and see if Alzheimer's disease hasn't been cured. I do want to play a role in still delivering treatments and cures for that disease. And people who don't take risks, don't achieve meaningful impact, the medicines that I did develop, I'm proud of. And you don't get there without having a number of medicines that you test along the way. And the other thing I will say is...
And I did a pump and dump scheme. Also, I did a pump and dump scheme. I'm proud of all the work we did, and I did fraud. He's so fucking scummy. It's just like, you can't just be on TV after doing a fraud and be like, but look at all the things that I'm proud of.
Our success rate under my watch was higher than probably nearly 99.9% of biotech startups in the last decade. So, yeah, I stand by that record. I'm not afraid of taking risks. That's part of the American spirit.
Well, technically, the successes were a year and a half after you sold the company, but we'll get bogged down. Let's talk politics.
Mehdi, that's dead wrong, and I would sorry to say you're embarrassing yourself in front of anybody who knows anything about biotech for knowing that phase 3 trials are the final stage. Okay. The final stage, the FDA phase 3 studies succeeded. So you're barking up the wrong tree. But
his facts were all 100% right. Vivek's ability to smile, stay calm, and call somebody else a liar while he's lying right to your face, it should be studied. And this is why these people flock to the Republican Party, because that's all they need to do. They just have to sound confident. They know you're not going to look this up because you don't care about fraud by rich people. Even those of you who find out that this is true, that live in Ohio, you're still going to vote for him. It's because you don't actually care. That's why we don't take it seriously when you guys are doing this stuff in Minnesota. You don't care about fraud. It's just a team game.
Let's talk politics. We do. We want to talk lots of stuff. Sure. You're an advocate, your critics say, of fantasy politics, of magical thinking. They say you propose stuff that can't be done. For example, you said on Meet the Press the other week that if you had been in Mike Pence's place on January the 6th, you would have insisted on first passing a bill that night to bring in single-day voting.
The other part. Let me see if I can find it. Is it... Here it is.
Action scholarship, and your defense for that is that you did. That's not what I asked about. I understand.
That is a distinction we have to draw.
Understood. You say you are anti-identity politics, anti-affirmative action in a party that hates the Soros name, yet you accepted a Paul and Daisy Soros scholarship at law school that was specifically set up for the children of immigrants. It was an affirmative action scholarship, and your defense for that is that you didn't have the money to pay.
Kelly says, I'm in Ohio. Now they're going to daycares in Columbus and harassing people. Yeah, while they're going to vote for this guy.
For law school, even though you'd already made over $1 million at the time and made another $2 million.
My defense of that is somebody gives you a merit scholarship at the age of 24, you take it. At the age of 24, somebody gives you a merit scholarship, you take it.
My defense is it was free money. So I took it. It didn't matter that I was about to make $37 million. I used my last year's financials to get this $300,000 scholarship and take it away from other people who were deserving. But also, and I got it because I was an immigrant, but also I hate DEI and I hate affirmative action.
I didn't say I didn't have the money. I said at a time when I had a lot less money than now. $50,000
you said
was
exactly,
still useful
have the money to make. You keep forgetting your quote. You said, when I didn't have the money.
So, Mehdi, I've made this really easy for everybody, and I did this in the early weeks of the campaign.
Yeah,
I released 20 years of tax returns.
It doesn't fucking matter. You said you didn't have the money. Mehdi just pointed out that you did have the money, and now you're like, I released my tax returns.
Something that no presidential candidate, let alone somebody who's successful in business, has done. I challenge Democrats and Republicans alike, including the Biden family.
His ability to deflect is fucking insane. And the only reason it frustrates me is I just know that Republicans watching this works because they came into this. And this is the beauty of what Donald Trump and the Republican Party have done by saying, like, never trust mainstream media. You enter this discussion saying, oh, MSNBC down here in the corner, bad, lie. Mehdi Hassan, MSNBC, bad, lie. I'm on Vivek's side. So now you're just rooting. Now you're like, who's going to come off looking better in this discussion? Not who's got the facts right. Because Vivek's lying through his fucking teeth. Mehdi is proving it. I'm fact checking it in real time. But that's how you guys got overrun with dipshits. is that you let them tell you that everybody on the left is lying. You no longer believe anybody on the left. And so even when it's painfully obvious that this guy's a scammer and lying, none of you figured it out. You just watch this and you're like, oh, Mehdi's the bad guy here.
Do it.
And
you know what? I released it so that you could look at them, so we can have an honest conversation.
And I appreciate that.
The funny thing I've learned,
I do appreciate that. It's something Trump should learn from you.
I think that transparency is important. So it's already open and everybody can see it.
Exactly. We have 2009.
But the fact of the matter is,
bring it up. Everybody can see it already. Now he's nervous because he's got the tax returns.
You know what I would advise every 24-year-old should take $50,000.
Yeah. Look at gradual decay just coming in here and proving all of my points. We stopped believing the left years ago. Yeah, you're the fucking dipshit I was talking about. It's a really fucking stupid thing to do, to say somebody's political ideology is on the left, so I don't believe them. You're the fucking moron I'm talking about. Why do you insist every day on coming in? I make a point and you're like, let me just prove his point for you. I want all you other Republicans to know that this isn't like a ghost account that I made. This isn't Jen running a ghost account to make you guys look stupid. Gradual Decay is a real person that comes here every day, and he makes you look stupid every day. I can predict what he's about to do. I say it, and then he just does it. He's like, yeah, I did do it. I don't believe anybody. I do believe Vivek. He believes Gradual Decay. Do you believe Vivek Ramaswamy right now? I do ban you every day. And I do ban you almost every day. And that's to help your Republican friends, because they don't deserve to have dipshits like you speaking for them. They deserve better than you. Do you believe Vivek right here? Gradual Decay? I know, you're too stupid to answer. You got my attention now. Do you believe Vivek or Mehdi Hassan? You're going to get deported if you don't answer this question. And also, you can come up here any day. Gradual Decay, you're here every day. Do you believe Mehdi or Vivek? Hurry. Don't make us support you. One more try. Trump banned taxes on tips, overtime, welfare, and old people's money. Democrats voted against it. I need to know who you believe here. Mehdi Hassan or Vivek? You have 10 seconds, and then we got to deport you. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. If he doesn't answer that question, whatever his next comment is, mods, just deport him. Thank you.
In 2010, you made $750,000. You had the money to pay for law school. You didn't need a Soros affirmative action scholarship that you now criticize.
I mean, none of this is worthy, but if you think it is, let's get to the detail.
Let's do it.
That was actually the first big piece
you say
of money
you're anti-affirmative action. You took a scholarship for immigrants.
I'm anti-affirmative action.
So why did you take a scholarship for the children of immigrants?
Which falsehood would you like me to address? The financial one or the one about my views on affirmative action? Because I can go in whichever order you'd like.
On
the financial piece of it. Not at the time that I had applied for the scholarship that fall.
Yes, you did.
That December.
Yes, you did, Vivek. This is awkward for you because you did. I've got the tax returns in front of my face.
No, it's not awkward for you. Yes, on December 31st, when the application for the scholarship was that October. Mehdi, you're wasting your time on childish details in October.
Why are you wasting your time on the fact that I'm an obvious scammer and that I preach against affirmative action and DEI, and yet here I am picking up an affirmative action scholarship from the Soros family? Why are you wasting your time pointing out that I'm a complete and total fucking fraud?
That year when I applied for that scholarship. And it was, well, guess what? The bonuses that a hedge fund pays, and it's a shame that, again, you don't have to be an expert on this, but if you're going to spout out, you better know something about it. People pay at a hedge fund the bonuses at the end of a year. And on December 31st, that's when I was paid. I applied for the scholarship that September, and I did not grow up in a wealthy family.
But the previous year, he made $700,000. That's the problem here. And this is why he's so dirty. He was making $700,000 a year. He took a George Soros scholarship for immigrants when he was making $700,000 a year, and now he's trying to go to the year he made $37 million.
Vivek, you made more money the previous year.
I made $200,000 pre-tax or whatever it was.
No, you didn't.
And you know what?
Hold on. No, you didn't. You're now telling flat. In 2009,
you have my tax returns in front of you. I don't remember what I made in 2009.
In 2009, you made $650,000. In 2010, you made less, $450,000. So the argument that you only made the money pre the scholarship, Oh, so now we're bringing tax into it. We've been using gross numbers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Vivek, you're wrong on this. Go back and check your tax returns. You made
obviously makes a big difference.
And then you accepted a Soros scholarship for $50,000 when you didn't need it.
Well, you know what the fact is, Mehdi, is $50,000 did make a big difference to me back then. And anybody...
Guys, affirmative action is fine if it makes a big difference to me. But for everybody else, it's a fucking scam and we shouldn't do it. But look, I made $650,000. What, am I going to live off $600,000? You want me living off $600,000? No, and nothing from Republicans. Not a peep. He's your fucking candidate in Ohio. And in Ohio right now, you have Homeland Security going door to door, which they're not allowed to do, by the way, investigating fraud. That's not the role of Homeland Security. I don't know what authority they think that they can even question people with, but fraud is happening. Homeland Security is out there. You're pretending you care about this. And the biggest fraudster in your state is running for governor, and I think he's in the lead. I think he's like the odds-on favorite. You don't care. Stop pretending you care about fraud. You don't. You just don't like poor people.
Who has a few $100,000 in the bank is going to take $50,000 without strings attached. Take the scholarship. But my question for you is, why on earth are you, as an intelligent person interested in politics, obsessing over a 24-year-old's $50,000 scholarship?
I'm interested in truth.
Because you're a fraud, man. Because you got all these benefits and now you want to take them away from other people and you're running for political office. And why are you using my record against me? Why are you taking my life and the things that I say on stage and comparing them to each other and seeing if they're at odds with each other? You're a smart man. Why would you do that? Republicans don't. He's used to Republicans. All that matters for Republicans is he stands on stage and goes, I'm really fucking rich. And they're like, yeah, we're listening now. Everything you say is gospel. Good job being rich.
Beneath you.
It's on your cap that you wear. And I'm interested in truth.
And Mehdi, that's why I released 20 years. Mehdi, that is why I released 20 years of tax records. Tell your friends in the Biden administration to do the same thing. Tell your Democrat candidates to do the same thing.
Did he advocate for Trump to release his taxes? Just out of curiosity. I think Biden did release his taxes.
Breaking precedents, and I think it is pathetic. I just think it is sad and pathetic that we have important issues to talk about.
The Republicans. Why are you playing old stuff? Don't bring up stuff they did before. You're just like, this is why you're a Republican. We're playing old stuff to remind you that he's a fraud, and you're like, I don't want to live in this reality. I like the stuff where he just talks about anti-DEI and how much he hates immigrants. Why can't you just play that?
For the future of a country, and you're talking about a $50,000 scholarship in 2010 to go to Yale Law School when I was 24.
If you just owned
this is pathetic, and is why nobody trusts you guys.
It is pathetic in your view, but you paid a Wikipedia editor who then removed it, so clearly it's something you didn't want people to read about. Last question, because we've gone over time, and I respect you.
Who also said I was born in India, and misspelled and got my wife's name wrong.
I paid him to get rid of the fraud stuff. But also, it had my birthplace wrong and my wife's name was misspelled. Why don't you bring that up? Because nobody fucking cares about that, Vivek. We care that you paid him to delete the part where you're a fraudster. Bro, this is your party. This is your party.
So yes, we actually need to correct facts when people are playing this game.
Last question. You want me to ask a substantive question? Here's what I worry about most: democracy in this country.
I would love substantive
questions. Not just under Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Last question for you: not just under Donald Trump, but under you, people are worried about authoritarianism. You have preemptively promised to pass.
We'll end it there. You guys can go watch that. It's a 25-minute video. I hope you enjoyed that. We'll talk more about fraud tomorrow. Thank you guys for indulging me in a debate today. And Gabriel, if you're still here, I appreciate you coming up. I know that you get roasted in the chat, and that's part of it. So I appreciate you being a good sport. Let me read some comments before we get out of here. Jocelyn said there are extra measures put in place. It has to go through multiple channels before payments are made. Jay, go Texas. Thanks for joining the Dollar Train. Nathan said help with the gift goal. Thank you, Nathan. Amber said breaking, the FBI just uncovered a $1.7 billion healthcare fraud perpetrated by immigrants. I'm kidding. That fraud was committed by Rick Scott's Columbia HCA. MAGA just doesn't care because he's a white American, white Republican American. Trudy said happy holidays. Thank you. Also, Jay again said keep it up. Appreciate that. Axe said thanks for all the hard work. RTP and Jen, much appreciated. Adam says, do a Napoleon exile, Trump and Clinton. Do a Napoleon Exile Trump and Clinton to the island. I'm fine with that. Thanks, Saturday. Thank you, Linda. Jocelyn as well. Tracy said, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's, and go Bills. Tracy, I don't know about your Josh Allen guy. I can't believe you missed that throw on Sunday. I'm sorry. I hope you're doing okay. That was you don't expect Josh Allen to make a mistake like that. Did I miss Rachel said, Dollar Train. Natalie said, our healthcare system sucks. That is as true as it gets. I think that's everything. All right, guys, thanks for staying late with me tomorrow. I will try my best to be on time tomorrow at 9:30. For the record, I just don't go live until I know that we have like a full show's worth of information. So sometimes I've been pushing it back to 10 because so much of this stuff is new that I run out of time. So plan on 9:30 Mountain Time tomorrow, but it could be 10 or 8:30 Pacific or 9. Somewhere around there. We'll be back every weekday, 8:30 a.m. to noon Pacific Standard Time, right here wherever you're watching. As a reminder, we do have paid subscriptions on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. And if you join us as a member, you can join us for members-only events. I'm working on some new events right now. We're finishing out our movie night series with Dope Sick. We have 4 more episodes, so this Monday and next Monday we'll watch 2 hours. We watch the movie together. We chat, talk a lot of shit. Jen does a bunch of weird stuff and talks about her interests and her hobbies and distracts from the movies. Hi, Jen. But
Right.
any level of membership, you can join us for that. Please do me a favor on your way out. Just make sure that you're subscribed either on YouTube or Twitch or TikTok, wherever you are. Make sure you're following and subscribed. Turn on notifications, and then you'll get notifications when we're late. I usually post on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok if we're going to have a late start. So if your notification's on, you'll see that. We have merch in our bio as well as Cameo, where you can ask me to do weird shit for money. And I'll mostly do it, but I'm not showing any skin. So that's the rule on Cameo. I don't think you're allowed to do that on Cameo. Did I miss anything, Jen?
No, I'm glad you touched on you doing some strange for some change. So.
Okay. Everybody, we will see you tomorrow morning bright and early. Oh, what? Oh, it's probably just feedback. We'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Mods, excellent job today. Bree, do you have a raid set up? Check. You can set one up. All right. I'm going to go ahead and end this, but I'll leave the music going. For those of you in Twitch on the chat, stick around. Bree will set up a raid for when this ends. TikTok, Jen, who should we raid on TikTok if we're over there?
I'm pulling up to see who's on. Let's see. Brett Cross is on. Doug's on.
Let's raid Brett Cross on TikTok, and whoever Bree sets up on Twitch, YouTube, go wherever you want. Take care of yourselves, guys. Thanks for being here. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer.
Do not come.
That's the wrong one.
Do not come.